Monte-Carlo, the inaugural WPT Global Ultimate Slam has seen 170 entries. We are down to a final table of 9. They're going to compete for $941,000, the title, and these beautiful trophies. It's my pleasure to introduce you to them. You see number 1, from Estonia, with 1.4 million. Please put your hand together for Ranno Sotla.
The Estonian Jaguar making it out to his first Triton stop and reaching his first Triton FT.
Scene number 2 from Italy with 2.3 million. Please welcome 𝐬𝐮𝐬𝐫𝐿.
Well, another Triton first-timer, the young Italian making a name for himself online, now venturing out to the live scene.
In scene number 3 from Greece, we have our chip leader with 9.3 million. Please put your hand together for 𝐿EX.
One of the toughest online players as things stand, coming in as chip leader, 𝐿EX.
Scene number 5 from the US with 8.1 million. Please welcome Brian Kim.
BK, one of the Triton OGs, 18 cashes, 5.3 million in earnings, looking for his first title.
And in scene number 6 from Latvia with 2.3 million. Please welcome 𝐿EX.
When you think of the conversation of greatest in the world, this name is always thrown in the ring.
C7 from Germany with 5.8 million. Please welcome Tom Fox.
His first Triton cash after a rough Jeju trip, looking for his first piece of gold.
From Spain is seat number 8, 7.6 million. Please put your hand together for Roberto Perez.
Dubs the cash game GOAT, plays these tournaments just for fun, would love to go home with some of the gold.
In seat number 9 from Lithuania with 3.7 million. Please welcome Dominykas Mykolaitis.
Another one of those online crushers from Lithuania, beaming as he steps out for his first Triton FT.
Last but not least, with 2 million from Hong Kong, please put your hand together for 𝐿𝐿𝐼.
11 million in Triton earnings, 1 title and 17 cashes. One of the OGs of the high-stakes poker world, 𝐿𝐿𝐼.
The button has been drawn to seat number 3. We're going to play the first hand of level 23, 100,000, 200,000, 200,000. I wish you all the very best of luck. Shuffle up and deal, please.
So the stage has been set. 𝐿EX coming in as chip leader with 47 big blinds. Can he close it out here? Chip counts brought to you by GTO Wizard as he draws the button, by the way. Getting the run good straight away in the form of the button draw. He does have Kim second in chips on his direct left. An immediate threat to the chip leader, especially if he was to relieve that chip lead to the likes of BK, who could then go after him. But all of this hypothetical, of course. You look in seat 1 and 2, the short stack Sutler and 𝐾𝐭, they do have the 2 chip leaders to their left to worry about. Then the other side of the table, the likes of Tom Fuchs and Perez sat by side. Could lead to some fun blind v blind battles.
At first glance, for me, I feel like Roberto's got the best seat. You know, kind of away from the chip leader across the table, and he's got the bigger stack against the players that are doing all right.
I agree. He can just mash as well in terms of jamming into the shorter stacks when he's in like the cutoff and hijack. If it falls to him.
Elton, one of the short stacks. Gonna speak first with all in.
Yeah, he's coming in from the hijack.
It's like 2,050,000, right?
Correct. Jam for 10 bigs.
We've got 9 mystery hands.
We do.
2 left.
Ponakov's is in the tank.
Similar stack. And he's speaking to himself a little bit. Gonna fold.
Wow, he lets it go. Does let it go. What do you think? I mean, was that maybe like a sevens? Like maybe like an eights? Maybe is it like ever nines?
I don't think it's 9s. Maybe like 6s. Ace 10 off.
Yeah.
Can see that.
Wow. Elton with that pickup does move up to 6th. Still very tight and uncomfortable for 5 of these final table lists. Sub-average stack. So the last of the 5-figure payouts guaranteed, $95,000 locked up. Rauno Sutla, the Estonian Jaguar, effectively jamming from the hijack. 10 of spades. And he's going to pick up the blinds in the big blind ante.
2 shorter stacks got some blinds and antes. They're gonna move up.
Yeah, of course.
So Ponakov's is gonna move down.
Just hearing Luca announce the prize pool for event number 2, that 30K. Going to be our first 7-figure payout of the series. And I tell you what, it used to take us to like the 4th or 5th event, you know. It used to take us to like the 75K to get to the first 7-figure payout. It's happening in the 30K, man.
Yeah, there's some new names that have shown up for event 2 and onwards.
400.
What a time to get aces.
Under the gun as well. 8 players behind left to act. To wake up with something. To run into the blades. It's going to fold round to BK. He's got 4 high. No nonsense from Ponakov's.
Yeah, if there was ever a chance he was interested in playing, he'd want to play against the chip leader, who would be opening very wide. Michaelides shouldn't be messing around off of this stack under the gun. Shows the needles. It's like, yeah, you guys know.
It's a good hand.
Well, I think we're going to see a lot of this for the foreseeable future until the likes of Rauno or Ponakov's either double up or bust out. Same goes for Enrico and Elton, all sub 15 bigs. It's from an entertainment point of view for the guys and gals around the world looking for all-ins, big pot collision. It's not the most beautiful part of our game, but it is the part of the game where you really make the most money. So paying attention to what these guys are doing and just how they're approaching this dynamic.
Yeah, and if the chip leader has more of a separation, you're going to see him get even more out of line. But as of right now, he only has kind of a slight edge on Brian Kim by about 7 big blinds at the moment. Enrico, ace-8 suited and
This is
+2.
close.
This is annoying. It looks like he's going to come in with min raise.
Oh man, that's brilliant.
I have some trauma, you know. I've missed, you know.
Has some misclick trauma.
Childhood trauma.
Yes.
Never
Does
hurts
come
to
with
announce your bets.
Yeah, it does just come with the min. That was very innocent. I like this guy. He's a cool kid. I'm kind of surprised to see him open this against this lineup.
Well, it's going to get the respect. Enrico's that guy who's willing to just still try and chip up when possible, and it appears strong. So using an ace, suited ace there, which also has playability in case the big blind does come along. Obviously, if you open like a range you normally would with a bigger stack and people notice your frequency is too high, then they start to, you know, 3-bet you very small and just expect to take it down a lot.
I'll tell you a fun stat here, Randy. I mean, there's quite a few, but we'll start things off with the fact that we've got over 26 million in Triton earnings. Sorry, more than that. 30 million in Triton earnings between these 9, but only 1 title.
Belonging to Elton.
Yeah, which he got earlier this year. So there's a lot at stake for these
Back-to-back
guys. I mean,
races incoming.
Min raise.
Let's see how Brian Kim wants to react. I think normally this one is supposed to just hit the muck. It's just a bit confusing.
hit the muck, it does. Gonna fold around to Perez on the button. Oh boy. He's got ace queen of clubs. It is a +1 open.
You just saw your opponent min raise. He's probably reasonably aware that Enrico opens a little bit more than others, and it's not as detrimental to
850.
your stack. Ace King for 𝐬𝐫𝐫𝐷𝐿𝐼tis right behind. What perfect timing is this?
There was me complaining about not seeing big hands and collisions. Enrico kicking things off up front with the min open. Perez with the ace-queen 3-bet. And now 𝐬𝐫𝐫𝐷𝐿𝐼tis, who, by the way, is very comfortably in the middle of the pack in 5th place with ace-king. 19 bigs.
I mean, this hand just plays itself. Move it all in.
All in.
There it is. That's going to get rid of Enrico, obviously. Does he get rid of Perez?
It sucks because he's put in 850,000. It's 15 more big blinds to him. I kind of feel like this range is so strong. I lean towards fold, but the price is getting very close, you know?
Yeah, for
2 big
chips.
blinds down, I think he's calling.
Just in case, this is not yours, right? You didn't take water here.
What a
No.
disgusting
Okay.
spot
No.
for the cash game crusher.
It doesn't help that it's suited. Usually that's your tweener spot, leaning one way or the other. I just don't see how 𝐬𝐫𝐫𝐷𝐿𝐼tis is ever getting out of line.
Like, this is never 9s, right? This is never
I don't
ace
think
10,
so.
ace jack.
It shouldn't be.
So is this just jacks at worst?
Jacks plus.
Yeah, Jacks
Ace-King
plus.
Seems like a fair range because if you look at the layout
Bravo,
of the final
sir.
table, yeah, there's some short stacks and nicely done. He actually kind of lost the minimum because, you know, maybe he makes it like 1 million or 1.2 and then he might feel more compelled to call or just lose an extra big or line or two.
Well, I tell you what, if 𝐿𝐿𝐴𝐴𝐿 doesn't open the Queen Jack under the gun, that would have been a small blind v button confrontation, Ace King suited against Ace Queen, and I think in that dynamic, the money finds it finds its way in.
It's just very different when it's two players in the pot, or, you know, 𝐿𝐴𝐿𝐴's had no involvement, right? He's not the original raiser, he's not the original 3-better, so like he's gonna fold so many hands.
Huge pickup for the Lithuanian, and with that, moves up to 4th in chips, closing the gap on Perez. For those of you that have just stumbled into the stream, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on whereabouts in the world you're tuning in from. As always, let us know in the chat where you're watching from, where you're joining us from. This is the 25K WPT Global Ultimate Slam, event number 1 here in Monaco, as Ponokovs finds a hand to activate with. And it's going to get through.
Yeah, that's going to push him up to 2.325 million, which is good for 7th place.
𝐿𝐴𝐿𝐴 now taking on short stack duties. How long is Ponokovs going to go without a title, man? 3rd in the Montenegro main for 2.2 million.
Look, we've had some pretty big names with no titles. You know, 𝐬𝐿𝐴𝐵 always comes to mind. Could be a while.
Ponokovs has some insane runs, though.
Always shows up
in the big stuff.
Yeah.
4th in Madrid in the 100K main. 6th in the 200K Cyprus Coin River Invitational. 5th in the 15K in Vietnam. 100K main in Cyprus. Final table bubbled that. 6th in London in the GG Millions, as well as the 200K. And then he went on to come 4th in the 250K Luxon Invitational. I mean, the guy has come so close on so many occasions as the chip leader, as if he needed an excuse to get involved, has also woken up with the blades from under the gun.
King Queen is interesting just because it's quite a good hand, especially against the chip leader opening. Seems like he's not interested with ICM awareness. 2 9s. I feel like 𝐿𝐴𝐿, he's going to move this one in. He just knows that Alex is supposed to raise so wide with that very short stack of the Estonian lingering with just 7 BBs. There's no way 𝐿𝐴𝐿 folds this.
Well, there it is. The jam from 𝐿𝐴𝐿.
Cool.
Yeah, 10 big blind jam. Snapped off.
Well, flush draws are dominated. 𝐿𝐴𝐿 going to be looking for a 9 across 3 streets. 4.6 million out there. Huge spot in terms of laddering for everyone else, but also in terms of the way this final table might play out. If Alex runs away with the chip lead, which he will be doing if he can hold here, he'll be up to 12 million. So far, so good on the 855. 𝐿𝐴𝐿 can pick up some outs on a 6 or a 7 turn. Now just drawing to 9 of spades, 9 of hearts.
all the moves.
Oh, he's doing all the moves, standing up, unwiring. Doesn't help him though. The upside down 9 on the river completes the run out as 𝐬𝐿ogius holds with the aces and showers 𝐿𝐿𝐴𝐿𝐼𝐻𝐵𝐿𝐻𝐵 in 9th, who goes home with $95,000 for his efforts. And with that departure, means everyone else is now guaranteed 6 figures.
Yeah, Elton really just couldn't get anything going. You got 10 big blinds, not much you can do. Got to reshuffle on the chip leader and out.
Well, with this cash, he takes his $10,930,000 in earnings to north of 11 million, which is quite the feat. 1 title, 18 cashes. Title number 2 will have to wait as he bows out first at this FT, and don't let your man from Greece run away with it, which he's doing so far. 19 big blinds more than Brian Kim in second, and almost double what Perez has in third. And with the presence of the Estonian Jaguar, the man with 9 lives, short stack 𝐿𝐿 with 7 bigs, is kind of aiding the chip leader here in the sense that 𝐬𝐿ogius can continue to lean into these middling stacks, right?
Yeah, he should be opening more wide now that he's got a sizable lead on second and third. He's got a 20 big blind advantage. Whereas before, busting Elton, he only had a small advantage of, say, 7-8 big blinds. So here, whenever he opens, he's going to have to expect Brian Kim, Perez, and Michailidis to play very straightforward against him.
Not enough, right?
It's not enough.
200, yeah.
Yeah, but it's just...
Yeah, like...
Yeah. Can you stack your
Didn't
chips correctly?
take long for our first elimination.
So Tom, King 10 offsuit. I mean, the big blind is Alex, the chip leader. It's a little bit dangerous to open into. Just pitches that one, and he'll be pretty happy about it because Michailidis got ace-king. I'm actually kind of curious to see if Michailidis comes in with min-raise, or does he possibly make it larger to dissuade the chip leader from defending the big blind. Yeah, he goes 2.5x because he doesn't really want to play it post-flop.
You have
He doesn't have to.
4 orange?
3.
Randy, you're dialed in, my man.
2 4s is... This is interesting because there is a possibility Alex just says, you're not supposed to call a jam. Let me just reshove to... It's probably not as likely.
8 total.
What is the race to?
But it's crossing his mind.
Would be a disaster though, because in the cases where he does call and lose, Michailidis then becomes the overwhelming chip leader, and all of a sudden Alex is kind of middle of the pack,
Of course.
having to do a bunch of folding. 1.3 million out there. 4's still in the lead, but feels like it's going to be very difficult for Alex to win this one.
Yeah, I'm curious to see if Michailidis c-bets his flop. It's a decent flop for him with 2 overs, gut shot, king of hearts. But you do see middling, like these middle stacks just play very passively when the opponent can put your stack at risk, and there's 7-10 big blind stacks out there.
Does check through. Michailidis now turns the best hand. Top pair, top kicker. There's a 4-liner out there.
Given that Michailidis' range should be pretty strong, it would tend to hit this board in some fashion. And he probably doesn't expect Michailidis to be opening like little pairs that he can fold out with a bet, you know, like 5s and 6s.
See if Michailidis just wants to try and get this one to showdown. He does. As 5 of hearts completes the run out. Does complete front door hearts. Alex with fours with a heart, by the way. I wonder if this is a hand he's supposed to bluff.
His pair is pretty small, so there are some pairs he can bluff out, you know, like 8s, 7s, maybe like an ace-10, ace-9, but he might be thinking, I didn't bet the turn, so maybe it's not that credible for me to represent a straight or a flush. At this point, you just check this one down and see what happens. I would think with ace-king, it's a pretty dangerous board.
Yeah, I agree.
I feel like he knows he's got the best hand, but he's like, what can call me? Does Alex ever just
650.
come out of nowhere and start raising? And he's going thin, but he's right.
I think that decision right there was purely based off of, if I check this down on TV on the river, all of my mates are going to roast me in the group chat and call me a net. I'm going to ask him afterwards. Right, mate? Or over
Carrier, please.
to enter.
Yeah.
No purchase necessary. Good luck in that one. I mean, come on, man. A free roll with $1 million for first.
Yes.
Am I allowed to swear on stream, Producer James? Are you SHITing me?
He has
$1 million.
10 per year.
You can say it.
In a free roll?
No, don't.
Come on, man. Let's go, Club WPT.
Yeah, I know. Like 500K already would have been impressive, you know? They're like,
Even
no,
100K in
yeah.
a free roll, I mean, like, what are we talking about? $1 million, dude. Someone's going to back up the truck just to get the cash out.
I just need whoever wins that free roll to come jump into the Triton events, you know?
Oh, imagine if they just start max firing Tritons, bro.
And they just spin it up.
Just
and
spin it up. Number 1 on the Hendon Mob all-time money list in 10 years from now. Told you I'm a dreamer.
You are. Another win for 𝐬𝐫𝐫𝐫𝐫.
Yeah, absolute dream start to this FT for him to get the 4-bet jam through and pick up 7 bigs uncontested.
That was the
NBA's
key one
king.
for him.
Huge, huge momentum swing.
And it pushed him like in that big enough stack where, you know, the top 2 stacks can't just find him non-threatening, you know, with over 30 blinds. Ace-queen.
Wow.
Deck is rich.
Does have Kim in the small blind.
50.
Yeah, but the small blind plays a very tight range in general, even, you know, with a covering stack.
Chip leader on the bottom, but with 5 high.
Ooh, 2 9s. This is nice.
How's Kim going to proceed with this one?
I think because of how deep 𝐬𝐫𝐫𝐫𝐫 is with the last few chip ups, he's going to lean towards call. It's very detrimental if he, you know, 3-bet jams and gets called and loses. He's down to 1 million or so.
Yeah, he agrees with you.
And 9s obviously play pretty decent.
It's obviously tough whenever you do see an overcard like the King of Spades, for example. It does still have the best hand. Interesting one for 𝐬𝐫𝐫𝐫𝐫, right, with that Ace of Spades.
Yeah,
and also the flatting range from the small.
It's a pretty good texture for him, but he needs to kind of decide what kind of flatting range there is by Brian Kim in the small blind. Ace is obviously amazing for 𝐬𝐫𝐫𝐫𝐫. I would expect him to start hunting value at this point and play a little bit less spot control, even though he is covered. It's just so nutted. Ace-king you always hear from pre. Not so short at 4s would ever flatten the small
All
blind.
6s for that matter.
Yeah. Ace-6, Ace-4, I don't really see it. I think those hands are
650.
more playing 3-bet or fold.
I'll tell you what, the Lithuanian has moved up to second in chips after taking that one down. Overtaking Brian Kim. He's up to 7.6 million now, trying to close the gap on the runaway chip leader from Greece, 𝐼𝐿𝐸𝐵𝐿𝐸𝐺𝐵𝐺. Incredible start to the final table for him. Everyone else kind of handcuffed. The likes of Rano Sutla, Ponakovs,
I saw
Enrico,
this. Yeah.
Osmowski.
Lucky. So lucky. Okay, so lucky you then. Sorry for undermining your luck status.
Brian with an ace. Does cover both players in the blinds.
That's a good hand. Big blind versus button. Sitting on 26 bigs.
He's currently in 5th, and then there's a huge drop-off to Ponakovs in 6th with 10 big blinds.
Yeah, there's 2 10 big blind stacks and a 7. So I'm wondering, is that too many short stacks where he maybe he leaned towards call, but looks like he's going to 3-bet?
Wow, he's going. Is he going for the 3-bet in juice as well against the button? You sick pup. He's just like, you know what? I know it's a disaster for me to bust in 8th when there's 3 stacks shorter than me on 10 big blinds or less, but I'm happy to just 3-bet call it off right now and take the variance. Just picks up the pot.
Yeah, I was thinking he was more going to go 3-bet jam or very cautious tight call pre.
Thank you.
Just rip it in pre with the ace queen.
I would think.
I took it. Here.
But
It wasn't yours.
I suppose with 8 left, though, the pay jumps are smaller than
In my
with like
pocket.
5 or 4 remaining.
I tell you what, it's flattening out from 1st to 5th. You know, those guys in 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th have healthy stacks. So it's just a case of one of these shorter stacked players to give way,
400.
either doubling up or bowing out in 8th. I think we got a bit of a brawl on our hands here.
Alex is trying to flex his big stack in the hijack with ace-5 offsuit. 2 ducks out for Ponakovs. It's a pretty good hand in the big blind. Close the action. This hand plays pretty straightforward against opponents.
Call and C3.
Look for a set.
No set, no bet. That's what they say, right? King 9-9. Well, it doesn't have a set, but maybe
It's actually a board
continuing.
where I could see him definitely check calling one. And on a paired board, the C-better, if they do C-bet, tend to bet quite small, towards 25, 33% or so. So you get a pretty good price to continue. This is pretty much the min, 200K. Yeah, there's no way these 2-4s are laying it down.
Love that shot, by the way. Ace of spades finds its way to the turn, and the chip leader vaults into the lead. 95% lock on the hand now. It's starting to feel like maybe this is just Alex's time.
Could definitely see him bet again. He might go quite small to try to keep a king X, which would have very few outs to continue. Yeah, less than 1/3.
Kind of see the discomfort on Perez's face, almost as if to say, I know you're meant to barrel that card, but I can't really do much about it.
Yeah, because even if Alex is just barreling like a queen jack, queen would have a ton of outs, counterfeit opportunities as well.
You see? No, he has as well the phone in his hand.
And she also doesn't like you specifically. Your phone is fine.
The dealer just reminding the players, no phones at the table during the hand. It's okay to check out the Triton Poker Plus app in between hands. Just get the exact chip count reads, which we also recommend you viewers do at home to watch along on our app, that is.
See, the problem here is that Triton made an app that's too good, so now players want to use it while they're playing, you know?
I mean, I don't blame them. I tell you what the viewers can also do.
Download it.
There's that. But once they've done that, they can check out coverage of event number 2, that 30K 8 max, which is day 1. 144 runners in that one, and it is Bulgaria's 𝐬𝐿𝐫𝐞.
So the way I would do viewing if I was in the chat is I'd watch the stream and then use the Triton Poker Plus app and open up a bunch of tables I want to follow on the
100%.
30K.
100%. I would download it on both my iPhone and iPad.
To have multiple tables. There we go.
You already know.
You're
Man.
a multi-table, of course I would know.
Oh, man. How did you pay attention? You're playing like 16 tables, bro.
I don't know, you just click, right? I just happen to always click the right button. Blind versus blind, check through. Jack 10 in the lead. The Queen 9 doesn't look too shabby on this board texture.
It doesn't, but it's been a rough start to this FT for the Spaniard. I mean, the 3-bet fold at the ace-queen, the defend with the 4s, ace on the turn kind of thing, and now getting out-flopped on a board texture that you correctly deduce could be one he's interested in continuing in some fashion, whether it comes with this lead or had he opted to perhaps check call or check raise. Obviously, we see 𝐿𝐫𝐿𝐫𝐞 not going to be going anywhere just yet.
Yeah, I don't really see why he would raise in this spot. You don't really want to inflate, especially in a spot where maybe your opponent puts more chips in and you're a bit confused. The turn is going to get Roberto definitely into some trouble as he turns a really good pair. Diamond draw. Could easily have the best hand against like a 4 or deuce.
Right, yeah. I mean, he's got a lot of hand here. Second pair, the very decent kicker.
Game plan
nut flush
should
draw.
be to check and try to, you know, get the showdown cheaply. And most definitely check calling a turn bet. Just given how many outs, perceived outs you have, and maybe even the best hand.
Doesn't want to turn this into a 3-street hand.
I kind of like betting with the Jack 10 here because he is vulnerable to a diamond. There's also overcards that could come. And with the bigger stack, you rarely get check raise off your hand, as players are less apt to semi-bluff when there's micro stacks out there.
don't want to come across as too much of a poker geek fanboy, but I'm enjoying this, man. I mean, we're seeing some high-level poker being played. These guys are really navigating these murky ICM waters with class as the 4 of diamonds
There you go.
finds its way to the river, and Perez finally with a bit of run good.
You look happy.
Yeah, there's a lot of cases where you probably would consider leading at this point, but with the smaller stack, final table, 8 remaining, 3 short stacks out there, check and hope for the best. That's disappointing. So stacks are level between these two, 6.5 versus 6.6 million.
It's 𝐃𝐨𝐽, man.
Yeah, very
Telling you.
cagey for, what, 2nd through 4th?
Well, yeah, now actually with that pot, 𝐬𝐝𝐫𝐞, Brian Kim, and Perez have like, what, less than a big blind between all 3 of them?
Yeah, and Tom's not too far away either.
Is that the next chapter?
Give up. Let's too complicated.
That's insane.
Like, when we started this final table, I believe only 3 players were above average stack. Now we have 5. Like, the bottom is... They've got huge targets on their back.
Yeah, well, they're going to need to activate sooner rather than later, but it is a bit of a waiting game. I mean, look, the difference between 8th and 6th is 103,000. And we're talking about 𝐿𝐴𝐵𝐿 on 10 bigs, Ponokov's on 9, 𝐮𝐿𝐴 on 7. So if you are in 𝐿𝐴𝐵𝐿's shoes and you can just outweigh 𝐮𝐿𝐴 and Ponokov's, you make 100K. I'm talking to Ponokov's.
He's in a great spot. Whenever, like, the short stack goes in, the other 2 short stacks, oh, yes, this is great. Please call him. Please call him. Like, oh, man, he's in great shape. It's a bit too much for Alex, though, right? Because Ponokov starts his hand with 9 bigs. He raised from +1, hijack, reshove.
Yeah, this is a super nutted range, right? And if Ponokov's just so happens to be doing it with, like King 10 or Jack 10,
Okay.
I
so
actually
super
don't
low
think
frequency.
he's ever doing that. Yeah.
Right.
I'm acting. Like 1 minute behind, I can't really call that.
I know.
You're not
Nice.
You're not very good actor. Good that you choose poker.
I had ace jack.
Ah, bluff.
How would you rate your acting skill?
Interesting.
Yeah, that's a good question.
It's decent.
Blinds are going to be going up after this hand.
I actually took acting classes when I was a child.
Yeah?
I did.
Going up to big blind
But I
250,
left because the teacher would have
which
us
means
write the play
𝐮𝐿𝐴's going to be down to
ourselves
4 bigs,
like
and
normal.
𝐿𝐴𝐵𝐿's going to be down to 8. Ponokov's is going to be down to
The
11.
teacher made us write the play instead of
Average stack
her
dropping
training
down
for
to 21 bigs
sending the
as
results to
Perez
the class, just writing.
wakes up with ace jack
And I
in
thought,
the cutoff.
didn't sign up for writing classes.
The good news for 𝐮𝐿𝐴 is he does have 6 hands to kind of wait to find a spot.
You're looking for those silver linings.
But if it doesn't come, Randy, and he gets to the big blind, he's going to have to put in half of his stack before he's even dealt a hand.
He's hoping someone gets cooler before he has to be put in that situation. Blinds up, like you say.
Correct, yeah?
125. Quarter mil ante.
$1,005,000 will be going to the champion in the 30K event number 2, the Triton Super High Roller Series here in Monaco. Of course, for now, our attention focused on this one, the WPT Global Ultimate Slam, the opening event here at the Sporting, Monte-Carlo Bay. Tom with
500.
an interesting one. Sevens does come with men. I would love to see what ICM says about raising sevens here.
Yeah, I believe he was in some tricky spot with a worse hand earlier, and he opted to mock. But sevens, he's like, all right, this is my cusp. Ace-Jack suited now.
Tom's 5th in chips, and he's opening into the chip leader. He's also got Perez and Michaelitis behind. Obviously, we've seen Perez fold, but case in point, Michaelitis with a legit holding here.
This is a decent 3-bet spot, I would think. Tom needs to play very tight against a 3-bet. Yeah, and you also don't want to cap your range where someone else makes a move against you by flatting. I really like this 3-bet from Michaelitis. Like, what is 7 supposed to do?
I mean,
they just go into muck instantly.
Yeah. And I wonder, you know, if that's the case, if that's how 7s are supposed to be responding to a 3-bet, if it's even an open. Maybe I'm being results oriented.
No, I actually probably think that 7s could easily be a fold in the current setup because the Estonian only has 4 bigs. Enrico has 6. And you're kind of asking to get played back at.
I know what you're saying. Yeah, look where Tom is. He's middle of the pack. He's comfortable. And, you know, Perez, Michaelitis, and Alex all behind, just waiting to ask that question. Like you said, Randy, like, hey, pal, you play your cards right. You get to ladder a couple more spots, earn an extra 100K. Do you really want to go home in 8th? As the chip counts are brought to you by WPT Global. Rauno Sudla, first ever Triton event on short stack duties. 4 bigs, as is the Italian on short stack duties, that is, with 6 bigs. It's his first Triton as well. And I tell you what, with the departure of Elton, that now means we are guaranteed to be crowning ourselves a first-time Triton champion.
Deck is quite nice for Michaelitis with this FT.
Apart from the runner diamonds.
I forgot about that. But you know what I'm saying.
I know.
How about pre-flop hands?
Pre-flop for sure.
Brian's been very quiet.
He's also been pretty card dead.
A 4 suited. Wonder if he will defend this one. Nope. Handcuffs are on.
Michaelitis up to second.
It's just whenever you see the super micro stacks, you just have to tighten your range oh so much, just because they're practically forced in very soon.
What's going on, Randy? Someone explain to me. This is these 200 IQ guys just laughing over things that us mere plebes don't understand.
Of course.
Please don't categorize me as
Randy,
with you in that.
all right, you are the exception.
Thank you.
In our group.
Ace 10.
You're the 200 IQ guy that we
200.
defer to. Well, I'll tell you what, Rasty's up there with you though as well.
No, I think Rasty's got a much higher IQ than me. I'm not gonna lie. Ace Jack. Is he gonna play as a 3-bet? Kind of what Michaelitis did to Tom not too long ago.
It's 5, yeah?
He's gonna play it as a flat.
BK gonna get out of there from the small. Ponakov's no nonsense. Just pitching The 8-7 offsuit.
Yeah, Balnikov's just like, you know what? I'm going to let the other two shorties get in there first. Let these two bigger stacks tangle. 10. Good for Perez, but Alex has got that little gut shot, right?
Gut shot to the nuts. Perez has managed to spike the 3 outer. Does have to be somewhat concerned that it is the chip leader that's flatted.
I'm curious to see if Alex is going to bet this flop. I could definitely see a lot of hands just check folding, but he probably expects Perez to check range on this board with the chip dynamics. And maybe he can just fold out a lot of pocket pairs lowered in the 10. Random ace highs.
But we're ahead of ace highs though, right?
Sure. But if they're going to fold, I guess you could just take the equity. But I think mainly he would love to just fold out like 9s, 8s, 7s, things like this. And he can definitely multi-barrel if he wants to.
Yeah, I think his suits are really nice here. Ace of diamonds, jack of clubs on the queen of spades, 10 of hearts. You see what I see.
So I'm curious to see, is he going to consider a turn barrel?
I honestly think having these suits is really nice for Alex.
If he thinks he can get a 10x to fold, then he certainly wants to bet right now. There is some worry of a queen x.
The fuck, bro?
So checks through on the turn.
2.4 out there. 8 of clubs.
I mean, Perez is pretty happy to see the check through on the turn where he probably doesn't worry about a queen too much. Still hard to seek value, I think, with the 10. Although he might be able to.
I mean, you're targeting jack 10 and like 10-9 suited, right?
Yeah, if he bets, he's probably going to go pretty small and try to rep like a king-jack as a bluff himself. Maybe his opponent gets a little curious. Because I would always think that king, queen, ace, queen, queen, jack would bet the turn. This is nice.
Less than 20% pot on the river from the Spaniard. Man, I didn't realize in ICM how much small betting we're doing, man. And it's been super effective for a lot of these guys. It's just incredible to watch. So the Spaniard, after a bit of a rough, shaky start, manages to bounce back up into second. More importantly, taking chips off of the chip leader, closing the gap to just 6 big blinds.
Yeah, I mean, everything just, all the sizes get scaled back when you're at final tables. And, you know, every chip is just that much more valuable at this stage. 4 bigs.
The Estonian Jaguar. They need to change his name on the graphic. I'm surprised they haven't yet.
Estonian Jaguar. Yeah.
Raise.
Oh, 𝐬𝐜𝐫𝐢𝐻𝐿𝐼𝐻 is really feeling himself. He's in like a little flow state bubble right now. He's like, you know what, boys? I'll take care of this one.
He hasn't been getting resistance either, right? Because he's been running hot in terms of cards and hasn't seen anyone like kind of 3-bet him. So he feels he can kind of just step out of line a little bit, open up ace-8 and +1.
Yeah, this is borderline disrespectful to the rest of the table, and I absolutely love it.
Yeah, and he's currently sitting in third to illustrate you know, how out of line this really is. Because a chip leader, you're like, okay, I understand. So really nice for him, and he's actually really closed the gap between him and Perez, and
Well, he's overtaken Perez now with that little pickup there.
and very close to Alex.
4 big blinds, 4.5 bigs between him and Alex. Well done, sir. Great job so far at this final table. Looking for his first Triton title. His first trip to the Triton Super High Roller Series was earlier on this year in March in Jeju. There he cashed in 2 of the 8 events that he played, including a final table in the 15K. Came 5th for 240,000. And he actually soft bubbled the 25K. Came 11th for 128,000. Bit of experience under his belt.
Time's running out for Sutla.
Yeah, he's +1, but I mean, it's grim, man.
It is grim. So if he does opt to go off his hand, which he does, he's going to be jamming into Perez.
I mean, let's see. He's got 6 people to get through. Down go 3. Down goes 4.
Pretty good for him.
Down goes 5,
it's
so it's
gonna-
only going to be against Perez. Tom's going to be folding. Looks like a snap call from the Spaniard. I mean,
This is not too bad.
it's a snap call, but Sutla's ahead. The man with
60-40.
9 lives. Has he got any of them left? All in brought to you by BetACR. 2.1 million and change out there. The Estonian to bounce back into this one. And it's looking great with the Ace of Spades window card.
Feel good about that.
Perez going to be dead on any non-King, Queen, Jack 10 turn as the 9 of Hearts locks it up.
Not the ace of spades.
Who made that joke? Did they do it again, the Ace of Spades joke?
Minus 1,000 aura.
On BB.
I mean, look, it's funny first time round. You get a few laughs from the table. You get some acknowledgement. If you're out here repeating jokes in the span of like a 2-hour window, maybe you need to get a new book of jokes, pal. Just saying.
I know, a dynamic, obviously different intentions at final tables.
I don't care, Randy, okay?
You don't want to hear the same thing twice.
Listen, I don't fly all this way from Thailand
You know
to hear
what?
the same poker jokes 2 times.
What I don't really want to hear anymore is the Estonian Jaguar.
All right, okay, I see how it is. Cool.
Yeah,
Okay.
maybe come up with something
All right,
new.
Randy. You know, I missed you like I missed stepping on Lego. That's how much I missed you, bro.
Stepping on Legos.
Yeah. You know when you younger brothers would like leave Lego out and you'd get up to go for a pee in the middle of the night and didn't know that there was Lego on the floor, and now all of a sudden you're curled up in a ball, holding your foot, rolling back and forth. No, you never.
No, I don't relate to that, but
Never
thank
had
you
that
for
happen?
this description. Back to poker?
Happened to me at least 3 times.
Okay. I told you to stop.
I still talk about it with my therapist, but here we are. Alex doing chip leader things. Does have a decent hand. He's going to just pick up the blinds in the big blind ante. Is that why you're so happy to have me back, Randy? Because you just love needling me? Is that what it is? Is that what you missed?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
I'll allow it. If that's the case, I'm all for it. Six-figure payday guaranteed. All 8 these players. Some of the up-and-coming online poker elite.
Kings. Chip leader.
I mean, come on, man. This is
like, all right, you guys seen me raise over and over again.
pretty insane.
Please just go off your hand. Brian Kimson card dead.
Oh no.
I think he will lean towards just folding this one, to be honest. It is a target where he could play back at Alex. But he might also going to look at Enrico, who's going to be the big blind next hand. Well, he's going to 3-bet. Because Enrico's sitting on 6 blinds, and he's going to blind out pretty soon. How great is this if you're Alex?
I mean, he's just absolutely loving it.
Tom's range is supposed to be pretty strong to 3-bet in this spot, which probably makes him lean towards jamming. Plus, a lot of the 3-bet bluffs contain an ace, so he kind of wants to deny equity against that. If he had aces, I could definitely see him calling the 3-bet. But with kings, just jam.
In the bin. In the bin it goes. The chip leader has extended his lead to 12.7 million now. Second in chips is 𝐬𝐽𝐫𝐸 with 8.3. And with the presence of those 3 sub-10 big blind stacks, it's going to make life for the likes of Tom, Brian, Roberto, and Dominicus very difficult moving forward. That's what they're playing for. Coveted Triton trophy.
Well, Tom is getting down there in the chip counts after that move. 13 bigs remaining.
Wow, yeah, he is. That's
That was a
rough.
really
It is hard for me.
ill-timed play.
It's time.
Yeah, I need some.
It's time. It's time. It's time.
Is it time, Enrico?
Watching with him, yeah.
2 of the 6 blinds in
what
there.
is going
2
on,
jacks. And he's going to feel like he's
500.
going to need to defend a big blind at very high frequency, just given how short he is, gets to realize his equity off of a micro stack.
This is live, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. For those of you watching around the world, perhaps thinking that you've stumbled into a final table highlight reel, this is live. Chip leader, kings, and then
Then
jacks
you're gonna double up, and then I have to raise.
with the runaway
Nice for
chip
him.
lead.
Sure.
So Enrico just put in 1/3 of his stack. Has to fold because he got 10-4 offsuit.
How great is Enrico, by the way? The kid is just high morale. He just has this really bubbly kind of... He's funny, man. I love this guy. I don't know how I feel about having a website with my name on it. Like, hey, bro, go check out 𝐸𝐻enrykilbane.com. I mean, I'm joking, obviously, but like...
what's happening at 𝐸𝐻enrykilbane.com?
Listen, you don't want to know what's happening on 𝐸𝐻enrykilbane.com, okay? Because that website is blocked by 96 different countries, including Australia. So
Okay. I wasn't going to visit, to be honest.
thanks, Randy. Note the fold, by the way, from Polikov's. See if Perez wants to open into the chip leaders big with the presence of this 4 big blind and 6 big blind stack.
So
5.
Roberto hasn't really shown me signs of just caution. He's still willing to kind of get in there a bit.
Yeah, this is a guy who has played the highest stakes.
Yeah,
no
so
limit
he's
in the
not
world.
giving up EV as much as some of the other players are in close spots. And as long as he's not getting played back at, it's certainly fine. 9-4 suited now for Alex in the big. Can defend. For Min.
Wow. Why does it just feel like this is Alex's tournament, bro? He's flopped a diamond draw on the 10-10-8. Heartless board, by the way.
think Perez is going to think he gets check raise at a high frequency just in general on this
So
board
many gut
texture.
shots, right? And straight draws wrapped around that 10-8.
Still going to try and c-bet here, but yeah, it's tricky because he should be c-betting this board in general, but like the setup is chip leader, your middle stack, paired board. They do tend to press quite a bit. 9-4 suited though is probably goes into the check call range.
825.
Oh, but still check raises.
So gangster.
Yeah, I kind of expected more from like gut shots. But if you can just get your opponent to fold something like this for practically min almost, right? This is pretty sweet.
Yeah, it's like a little 2.3x kind of thing.
You know what's nice actually is he never gets like 3-bet back on the flop. Even by like a 10x, I think these hands still call. So he can try to win it now. If he doesn't, he still gets an opportunity to hit a diamond. That was nice.
Alex is absolutely bossing it.
And like you mentioned earlier, his size has really come down at these ICM situations because that was a really small check raise.
Well, Poon Diddy just showcasing why he's widely respected by the online poker community. He's won pretty much everything there is to win online in terms of scoops, WCOOPs.
So where do you go next after you do that? Triton, of course.
I guess that's the place, my man. I mean, where else? Definitely not the £30 nightly down the local Grosvenor, but
There's no 30-pound nightly, I'll tell you, Monaco. Nice spot here for Enrico. 3 blinds. He's the button. He's got an ace. There's actually a little bit of question. Does he jam or does he, like, leave a little back? Looks like he just goes for a jam.
It's 750.
there's this weird dynamic, right, where in a weird way, Alex is incentivized to keep Enrico alive.
Yeah, but I don't think he thinks Brian Kim's going to fold a lot of his range, so it's not like fold and just let him hang around. He actually gets to overlay a decent amount by calling here, because Brian Kim's like, all right, I don't want to put in two more blinds and then fold post-flop to a chip lead who's got me covered. So this call is quite nice, just from odds point of view for him. Brian is going to call.
Well, we know that 𝐼𝐿𝐼 and Ponakovs are looking on at this, sweating the potential ladder, which is worth $44,000. Unless Enrico holds across flop, turn, and river, which is looking likely on the 5 deuce deuce. Ace high still in front.
Nice texture.
Checks through.
Oh, bad turn card.
I was about to say the diamondless flop. Favorable for Enrico, as Alex doesn't have the backdoor flush draw.
Enrico's just thinking, please, no one bet. Because that means someone's paired.
He's looking for an ace or a 4 to stay alive. Can he find it? Oh!
That looks like a 4.
4-ball corner pocket. Enrico rivers the wheel. And he's going to triple up to 2.5 million, and he is right back in this fight. Look at him. It's like, guys.
He's like, I'm in it.
𝐿𝐼𝐿𝐼.com, okay? Head on over, all right?
Yeah, I think you did.
There it is, the triple up and then some.
4?
Triple 4.
Well, well, well.
As well. You wanted me to, I know.
Just pointing out that Arno and Ponacos wanted him to bust. I think a few people at the table wanted him to bust.
Well, people wanted the Estonian to bust. He didn't bust. People wanted Enrico to bust. He didn't bust. I mean, we've only had one elimination so far. It's 𝐿𝐿𝐼.
A slight dent to the stack of the chip leader, who still has more than 5 million more than second in chips, 𝐬𝐝𝐫𝐞𝐬. What a river card.
Ten blinds, currently sitting in 6th place. Ponakov's on 8 bigs. Sutla on 6.
1.3 million.
1.2 million as he puts half of his stack out there. Sorry, 1.3.
Yes, correct.
He's cruising up nicely if he can get through one more opponent. Which he does. Enrico. Might have to we might have to visit the website.
We are back.
We might.
Let's try this over.
Well, he's now tied with Tom.
It
And
has been very disappointing.
if Enrico doubles, he moves up to 3rd in chips. That's how tight it is down there in the bottom of the pack. No one's safe from going home in 8th other than the chip leader. Obviously, it would take a lot for 𝐬𝐝𝐼𝐼𝐼, who's in 2nd.
Yeah, Brian Kim is just bled down to 20 big blinds. Still in 4th, but it's really doesn't feel that safe anymore, even for him. Sevens. You're curious how he plays this one, aren't you?
I mean, I'm hating life.
12 blinds.
1,750,000.
And Enrico's the guy. He's like,
700. You know, I will put the amount so you.
we got
In the
there.
course.
That felt like an unnecessary needle. Maybe I'm being a bit soft, but that was uncalled for.
Well, Enrico is up to 3.8 million.
Okay. Sorry.
No, it's okay. Just, like, I can see it's not for me. Just
Chip leader, 13.6 million. Oh, he's just gonna mash. It's got to that stage of the tournament where he just gets to jam into the likes of Kim and Perez.
I got Tom's looking like, hey, just call it off, all right? So that, you know, I can get some pay jumps. Because I'm really bleeding here.
I feel like Tom's demise, I want to be mindful to not come across as harsh or too critical, but the two hands that he got involved in to go from a very healthy kind of 6.7 million down to the 2.6 he's playing. These Triton series, one of the brand ambassadors, always putting out free content. GTO Wizard. I'm a fan, by the way. I was going to bring my laptop today.
You're a fan of GTO Wizard or,
I am. I've
or
started
S-Spin?
both. I've started, you know, I told you I'm going to Macau early next year. Going to be out there, and thing I like about GTO Wizard is they have 200 big blind deep, 9 max.
They've got everything.
They've got,
tournaments.
you know, yeah. You want to learn how to play 200 bigs, no limit
Ante,
hold'em
no
cash.
ante.
I'll tell you what did surprise me is how tight you're supposed to play in 9 max cash. I mean, dude.
Yeah, it makes sense.
I was freaking out a little bit. I was like, hang on,
But like, we had the 𝐾𝐨𝐽 Invitational, and some Wizards came out, and
they got wrecked, right?
they got wrecked by
They got wrecked, bro.
They did. By the
They're
players
getting
playing
pieced-
everything.
Yeah, they're getting pieced up, man.
They didn't know what to do. Also, not they didn't know what to do, but you know, obviously there was wrinkles like Squid Game. But
Dude, that's always the case, man. Like, you get in a cash game, you see some absolute weapon just V-pipping like 70%, and he just somehow just has all the chips.
it wasn't just one guy during that series. Jack 5 offsuit attacking Roberto.
I like this. I like this with the Jack 5-0.
King 9. I wonder what he's thinking. Is it limp call? Is it ever limp re-raise? I mean, it's possibly a thing, but King 9's a decent hand. Whereas decent playability post-flop.
$1.5 million.
Yeah, I like this a lot, limp re-raising. He's in a situation where he would trap his big hands from the small. He knows he's going to get attacked. He's got blockers who hands willing to get in against him, right?
This is gangster.
Yeah, and I don't think he would ever do this with a suited variety. King 9 suited probably just limp calls because it has a lot of more playability. This is sweet. Don't mess with
Don't mess with the
the cash
horns,
game
bro.
specialist.
Don't mess with the ball, okay?
Roberto plays the highest no limit hold'em cash games online, and he has lots of heads-up experience, lots of three-handed. He plays with like Linus and these guys. So as he gets more chips, as more players bust, his edge just increases over time.
That's true, and also I think the really sick thing is that this is. It feels even strange just saying this. This is low stakes for him, bro.
Yeah,
Like,
he's played him by like
you know,
he's bought in cash games where this is, you know.
like if
Not
I
so much.
had to guess, maybe I shouldn't say this, but it's too late. I've already started saying it. Other than Ponakov's, I would say Perez is the most likely to have the most of his own action in this.
Well, you could have lost, and then
See that?
we would have been 700.
I mean, Brian Kim probably has a lot of his action too, I'd imagine.
I don't know, man. I mean, we're playing a guessing game here, but Perez just has moolah, bro. You know what he does when he gets stacked in a 100, 200 game?
Rebuy.
Yeah, he just pulls out another 25K to.
He doesn't get stacked though. That's the thing. he just wins. King 7 off on the button.
He was thinking about that one. Perez always seems so like inquisitive. After every hand, he's always trying to calculate what the best play is. 𝐬𝐫𝐫𝐷 just putting Rauno all in. Well, the 9 high gets it done. That's the 5-4 suited, hits the mark.
It's surprising we haven't lost one of these short stacks,
It's
right?
so crazy, man. This is absurd.
And there's always 2 micro stacks out there, and
I mean, we knew it was going to be cagey, but I didn't expect it to last this long. Alex now has almost double what second in chips has. And it's getting close to entering that stage where everyone else is playing for second. Oh, hello, Ponakovs.
you were very patient, and you've been rewarded. I suppose he's just wondering, is there ever a world where he can just min raise? I don't think off of this stack would make sense. 6 blinds.
I mean, this is absurd. How does he just have aces here off of 6 bigs? Oh, no.
Oh, this is...
Unlucky, Suitler. I mean...
Sutla's in the small... I mean, Ponakov's range is still... It's got to have a little bit respected. +2. Having advantage on Sutla in terms of chips. This doesn't feel good.
Yeah, I mean, you're ahead of some of the range, right? Like,
Yeah, you
suited
are.
broadways, but you're also crushed a lot of the time.
How often are you dominating, I think, is a question I would ask. And also, how important is it if I go in, I get this little perceived overlay from the big blind? You know, that really changes things quite a bit for them. And then again, if I fold, will I get a lot of free hands to come? Where maybe someone else collides first? Maybe I find a better spot? I don't know. It's rough. I think if Ponakov's had like 1 or 2 more big blinds, he might lay it down because Ponakov's range would be tighter to shove more blinds. He's just in an awful spot, 5% equity.
This is hard.
This one is hard
Not
indeed.
even clubs are live. How does this?
All in brought to you by
Rounders.
WPT Global.
Rounders.
The Triton first timer. Rano Sutler in rough shape, but does
Here's the
pick
win.
up
It's actually not
4
bad.
clean outs to a chop.
This is susceptible.
He'll take it. How about a 9 on the turn, now giving him live outs to the win?
A chance.
Goodbye, GG.
Eyes closed.
Not
Bricks.
to be.
Okay.
As the man with 9 lives finally bows out at the hands of Ponakov's,
This is 1 million.
but really catching the eye of the viewers and us here in the booth. The Estonian Jaguar, Rano Sutler,
Decent.
who was down to less than 1 big. Final 3
Decent is a good
tables
way
managed to spin it back up,
describe it, yeah.
make his first Triton final table in his very first event. Nursed that nub, but ultimately unable to spin when it mattered most at the final table. Still, 6-figure score in his maiden event. I've got a funny feeling, Randy, we're going to be seeing more of this man at Triton stops.
Yeah, obviously he's more than capable of making something happen if he ever got a big stack, but I just liked his demeanor at the table. It was just always smiling.
Yeah,
you know, he didn't,
I agree.
He didn't look like super serious like some other players out there, and
He was having a fun
GG,
time.
yeah, he
enjoying the
enjoyed
moment. He really did. As he departs, the blind level goes up. 150, 300,000. It's now Tom Fuchs on short stack duties. 8 bigs.
Well, he's got a hand to jam with 8 bigs.
Everyone now guaranteed 159,000 for their efforts.
How much is it exactly?
2.5.
Threes for Alex.
2.5 exactly. I have a close hand.
You hear him say it. It's close.
Monaco is just having so much fun here.
Well, he's hoping that Alex calls in the spot to try and bust Tom. Chip EV would be a call, but he's also thinking about, well, maybe if I leave Tom around with the other short stacks, I can just find more spots to steal. He's going to make the call. 5.5 million. Tom at risk.
Here we go. 𝐸𝐮𝐬𝐫𝐫, by the way. Just loving this. I mean, just got that 44K ladder from 8th to 7th with the departure of 𝐼𝐿�0. Could potentially get a 59K ladder here if the trades can hold. And hold they do on the Queen 8-8, but that paired board does present more outs for the German in the form of chop outs as the Queen of Clubs double pairs the board.
Well, Alex can try and chop it too, but not on the king.
Tom's been running well in these all-ins, hasn't he? Is that 4 for 4?
He'll take it.
Yeah, there you go.
No complaining.
Listen, it's in my book. It hasn't been released yet, but in my book, chapter 3, it says you have to win all-ins to win tournaments, Randy.
And I can buy this at 𝐿𝐻𝐵𝐴𝐻.com.
In 96 different countries, you can't.
I'll tell you, no one's publishing that book.
Wow, Randy, I mean,
You're too
Jesus,
tight
man.
in asking for runouts.
Sorry?
You're too tight in asking for runouts. You need to be more aggressive, you know, like
18 bigs now for Tom.
not the chop. Chop is
I'm not like that. I'm not like that. Like
no.
a 3 would be too painful for him, you know, going from like 95 to 0. Just, 95 to 50 is fine.
Okay.
What odds would you give me on Monaco's winning this?
I'm not very good at odds, but you feeling Panakovs?
I'm feeling Monaco's, mate. He's 7 of 7 with 10 bigs. Has a baby on the way.
on me.
About to become a dad.
Threes in the muck.
He seems dialed in as well, and this is the type of player he's so used to playing against. I mean, he's battled thousands of hands against these guys online. He's in his comfort zone right now. He's like, oh, guys, you think I'm down on that because I got 10 bigs?
6.
He's letting them think they can win.
Okay, but he does need to get a little luck first.
He does, but
And then we can start talking.
he's got that baby run good coming up. Such a grim FT for BK. Through no fault of his own, by the way.
Yeah, just it's just really been bleeding. Came into the final table in second, I believe. Had about 7 million or so. Going to defend King 4 suited.
I mean, and even this, just a complete whiff. I mean, I'm seeing some backdoors, but these aren't backdoors that he's going to go chasing.
Yeah, not off of this stack and not against a middle position open, right, in the hijack.
Five.
Perez continuing for 1/3.
I just think it's too dicey to try to attack in this spot. He's still out chipping the two shorter stacks by a few blinds.
A chip leader with 38 bigs, short stack with 10. So I mean, if Ponokov's was to double through the chip leader Alex, for example, Ponokov's vaults up into 4th, and Alex is kind of tied the chip lead with Perez, so
Yeah, and even 𝐬𝐽𝐫𝐽𝐻 too.
it's up for grabs, ladies and gents. This isn't.
The dynamic can certainly shift at any second.
I mean, had Alex held with the 3s there against Tom, completely different situation when he just has 16 million and the runaway chip lead. But now, it's not so easy. Boom Diddy.
Feels like he's gonna rip this one in.
Yeah, King 5 suited. Would be surprised to see anything else but the rip. Oof. Ponokov's with an ace.
It's not that good of a kicker. Because obviously Alex is jamming better aces as well. He's often got 2 live cards. Just, you know, like a Jack-10 that has high equity. He's not really looking to...
IT much pays off.
Neat.
Yeah, Alex is just still thinking about that.
Did Enrico just call Ponokov's a net?
Someone called him a nit. And now
No clue.
That's hilarious.
you hear him say no clue, so he seems a little bit unsure of himself in the ace-4, but his hunch was to fold.
Do you reckon he's going to be on GTO Wizard later on tonight, reviewing that spot?
He's
I'll
definitely gonna review
ask him.
He's definitely going to review it. Because I'm sure it's a scenario that comes up a decent amount.
The ragged ace for
Yeah.
like 9 bigs. Yeah,
It's just, do you have enough equity against that range with ICM considered? It's very hard to work out on the fly.
Especially with 7 left, I mean.
7 left with another short
1.5
stack out
million.
there, which is Enrico, who is going to push in half.
And all the things we've been discussing about, you know, how this really is anyone's game at the moment. It's just so close.
It's a bit too much. Still 5 more blinds behind the 1.5 million. 3-player stack also. So
It's gonna work. The Italian tying with Kim. Brian Kim, who came into this final table second in chips.
each time I look back at the iPad, Brian Kim's name just
It's
goes
brutal,
further
man.
and
Yeah, it's brutal.
yeah.
Randy, of course, referring to the Triton Poker Plus app. You can not only watch all of these live streams, you can check out all of the cash game action that the likes of Randy, Ali, and Brian have been recording from different locations around the world. Jeju, Montenegro. I know we had some London stuff on there as well. But I think, you know, the funnest thing for me is just being able to sweat the other event. Open up a couple of tables, some of your favorite players, kind of just watch along in real time, see what they're up to. This is 𝐿𝐵𝐿𝐵𝐿, the Bulgarian, out in front in that 30K 8 max, 144 runners in that. Over 1 million for first as we turn our attention back to this 25K WPT Global Ultimate Slam.
Queen 9 off now for Roberto. He's got enough stack where he can take this one post flop and not feel as threatened to get put to the test by the river. Outflopped by 10-7, making top pair.
Did you check?
No, no, no.
Oh.
Feels like you can safely c-bet this just because you're probably not going to get checked raised too
400?
much. Your hand needs protection against 8 and 5x gut shots, 2 pair outs, etc.
Yeah, even like the two overs, I couldn't agree more.
It just demonstrates how having that bigger stack is so important at so advantageous at final tables. You just kind of c-bet blindly and never get raised, you know, by middle stacks. Short stacks, not so much because they don't have as much to lose.
Oh my word. It's one thing to be the chip leader, Andy, and to be able to just push everyone around. It's another thing to just wake up with hands as well as having the chip lead. Nicolaitis, suited jack, second in chips.
Decent holding. See him taking a flop.
Well, it does flop best on the queen 10-4. Gonna be tough to get this pair of fours to showdown if he faces any heat out of the chip leader.
Yeah, he outflops Alex, but Alex has got the type of hand that can really just quite relentless on flop and turn. Min bet for now.
Okay, I guess against this size,
You're just forced to kind of call. Getting the right price. You even have the best hand. I would think there's a lot of turn barrels incoming from Alex, even unimproved on the ace. Improves.
how
Even
about
better.
top pair, top kicker? And like you said, because you do expect to see a lot of turn barrels from Alex, I wonder if just like exploit folding bottom pair there, especially bottom, I guess bottom pair with a backdoor straight.
I mean, I expect to see a lot of turn barrels, especially with this hand, but not necessarily with his whole range, you know?
Fair. Yeah, that's fair.
Right, it's not like he's just barreling away just 6-5 of clubs.
I mean, you know me,
1.1.
bro.
Anyway,
Like,
you
I
can
just
put
see
chips
chip
in,
leader, I'm just like, okay.
blast
just,
away.
Yeah, man, like a bull in a china shop.
1.1 is the bet. Should be moving on soon from this one.
One would assume, although you know what my grandpa used to say,
What did he say?
to assume is to make an ass out of you and me. Looks like a time bank's going to get utilized here.
I'm actually quite shocked he's using a time bank in this spot.
Is he just going to go for it, bro? I mean, this guy does strike me as the type to really just try and put people in the bin.
Just make it like 2.7 or something. Jeez, that would be insane.
Okay. He had us sweating there for a moment. I was like, you know, 𝐸𝐿𝐲𝐻, you're second in chips, bro.
I
play
would
your
have
cards right.
loved to see how he would respond to it, because it would scream strength, just given, you know, he's second place. Like, is he really making a move? But
Hand against 𝐸𝐿𝐻.
we won't know.
The queen two suited. And of similar. You don't get it. Okay. Don't worry. You are not focused.
You are not focused.
You were.
I didn't get at all what you're saying.
It's similar scenario like the hands against 𝐸𝐿𝐻.
Who is the person?
The hand that I played with queen two suited. This
Ah,
hand was
okay.
similar, right? But he chose the
How you call the guy?
𝐸𝐿𝐻. Is his name.
Ah, I didn't know. That's why I was like,
Ah,
who's
yes,
that?
𝐸𝐿𝐻, yeah. But he chose the small sizes.
I have
front.
no idea whom you made, what you're talking about. Was I there? Do I
No,
know
you,
what
you
you're
don't know.
talking about?
You don't know.
Okay.
You don't know what. I'm
Different
talking about.
stop. Different series.
Sounds like a post-mortem from a hand.
From a different
I
series, a
was
different.
thinking about some Finnish guy. Ellis.
𝐸𝐿𝐻.
Oh,
Not
yes.
Parsonen.
Yeah, I think they're talking about Parsonen.
No, he thought he was talking about Parsonen, but
okay.
Enrico's talking about
𝐸𝐿𝐻.
𝐸𝐿𝐻, which is someone else.
I can see how.
It sounds similar.
I can see the confusion where it's
Yeah, they're just all lost in translation. Glad they moved on from that story.
Hang on, bro. We might revisit it.
Now it makes sense.
Oh, we are.
It was a hand similar to this one. Hand off. Like the setting.
You know, I often get confused with.
Hold on, I want to hear the story.
I often get confused with 𝐬𝐮𝐬𝐿𝐿𝐿.
I am.
So I can see how these mistakes
But
happen.
you
You
choose
know.
the small sizes instead.
We're not going to get the hand history, Enrico. We're just going to keep talking about this small sizing,
No, he's read chapter 5 of my book.
which is
Don't tell hand histories at live stream tables.
especially from other festivals.
Yeah, that's in chapter 5.
Ah, okay.
I think it's like paragraph 3. I'll have to double check.
You can't write more than one paragraph, come on.
What the hell, Rat? Hey, bro. Listen, pal. You're getting a bit too, you know,
Okay.
getting a bit confident over there, Pappy. Day 2, I mean, at least wait for day 7. We're not even halfway through the festival, man. I'm over here just catching stray bullets.
Okay. I'm sorry. Forgive me.
All is forgiven.
A public apology.
There we go. Handshakes in the booth. I'm only busting your balls, mate. You know me. I don't mind.
I was going to say something.
I don't mind what you throw my way, mate. It's all fun and games here. We get to watch some of the best in the world
King 5 offsuit walking.
battle it out. Honestly, if we didn't throw jabs each other's way,
Yeah.
I'd be worried. And I think the viewers would be worried a little bit as well.
You think Ponokovs is worried? He's only got 7 big blinds.
Hey, lay me a price on Ponokov's winning
You're
this
really
tournament.
feeling it. You're not feeling Alex. He's got 48 big blinds, 14.5 million in chips, and supreme domination against the rest of the table at the moment.
I see what you see. He's got the 48 big blinds. I agree. But I think he used up too much of his run good early in this FT. The kings, the jacks. the ace king, you know, these hands.
He hasn't got much action, has he?
Yeah,
from
exactly.
those?
And the thing is in those spots, he could have had just worse hands and it would have worked anyway because of the ICM. Whereas it's when you're four-handed, bro, when you're five-handed, that you want to wake up with these big hands. So I'm saying Ponokov's is my guy.
Honestly, how many sales have you had of this book? Because there's no way anyone's
Listen,
putting good reviews
so
after reading it.
currently
Like, there's no way.
doing the PR for it, the marketing.
Okay.
You know, I'm like leaking some of the exciting chapters. When it goes live, bro,
Those are the exciting chapters.
mate, I've got people pre-ordering it right now in the YouTube comments.
I feel sorry for them getting scammed.
Oh, man. I better actually write a book now.
3-5 offsuit. I'm curious to see. He should be raising this into Brian Kim, I would think. Brian Kim's sitting in 5th, 13 big blinds. Just how much are we raising?
I'm all in.
5-3-0 though, he's asking for all of it.
Just all of it.
Chip leader just doing chip leader things. How about it? Up to 15 million now. Really does feel like he has one hand on the trophy.
Yeah, quite the shift. Because earlier, when he started the final table, there wasn't much of a gap between him and second and third, so he didn't feel like he can exert such pressure. But things have really changed now that he's got this big lead. There's still short stacks out there. It's looking quite good for him.
Nice, easy decision for Tom. Not such an easy decision for Perez. He's second in chips, but does have to worry about the chip leader on the button.
Yeah, he's doing all right, and I feel like he hasn't got that involved, but has hung in there and has a decent stack.
No, how he's gone more than min. Byproduct of Ponokov's being in the big blind on 7 bigs.
Yeah, you want to reduce the defending range from the micro stacks. They have a lot of incentive to defend very wide because they can just realize their equity quite nicely. See all 5 cards if they flop some kind of piece on the flop. 6 deuce suited.
Wow.
It's like, oh, it's barely connected and suited, but stay away.
Ponokov's has them on the rope, mate. I'm telling you, I mean, I'm loving that fold.
Yeah,
I'm loving that fold.
it's also down to, what, 5 bigs?
Yeah, but that was, you know, just confidently mucking the 6 high there. He's happy with his 5 big blind game,
Look,
bro.
I personally would love to see him do well. Just the current stack situation isn't looking too good.
Put your money where your mouth is. Name me a price.
What price do you want? What's a reasonable price?
Well, there's 140 big blinds in play. He has 5 of them. So, you know, he's got like 3% of the chips in play, 3.3% of chips. I'll tell you what, give me 25 to 1 on him winning it, which is insane, by the way. But give me 25 to 1 and I'll book it for 100.
I kind of like 25 to 1.
BK with the open jam.
King 10 suited. Yeah, finally Brian Kim gets a spot to take some chips. This one should be folding.
Yeah, it's one of those FTs where through kind of no fault of his own, he just hasn't gone his way. He hasn't really done anything wrong.
No, just been card dead. But he's still in the zone. You can see him always has his stack.
I'll tell you what he hasn't done
Countdown.
wrong. Is arm day, bro. I mean, sun's out, guns out here for BK. I'm happy to take any line on him being able to do 50 push-ups in one set.
Yeah, he definitely can. Deuces. Out.
I got a feeling 𝐿𝐮𝐬𝐫𝐿 is going to be getting quite a lot of sign-ups. The guy's just showcased some real understanding how to approach these ICM spots, as well as, you know, final 3 tables, final 2 tables at different stack depths. He was just seemed to be in the flow of things and comfortable, which is great to see, especially at his first Triton series. There we go, BK.
He knows it.
Little 3-bet spot. That's going to get through unless someone in the blinds wakes up with something.
He just has so much fold equity against the chip leader. And even when called, he sometimes has 2 overs to like 9s and 8s.
There we go. Nice little bounce back. BK up to 4th. Closing in on average stack. Got about 11 minutes left of big blind 300K level. $170 runners in this 25K. Just that sentence alone is insane to say. I mean, I remember when things started opening up, Randy.
We couldn't even get like 20 people to play.
Yeah, but no, like post-COVID, it started opening up, and we're like, man, maybe we're in a little mini boom here. But fast forward almost 4 years, 3 years, whatever it's been, and this is still going on a regular basis for Triton. It's just insane to see this growth. But where do we go from here next year, 2025?
Hurts.
It does hurt.
He certainly would have considered a call if it was just a min-raise incoming.
It's insane that Alex gets to just do that now. $941,000 will be going to the champion. 159,000 guaranteed. Next pay jump when we get down to 6. It's worth 59,000, and of course they only get bigger and better from there. 5th place going home with 284,000, 4th with 356, 3rd with 436, and the runner-up be going home with $634,000. Honestly, it's looking likely that Alex is going to at least make it to the top 3. It's taken quite a bit of run bad for him to not make it to heads up at least.
Decision here for 𝐿𝐮𝐬𝐫𝐿.
675.
Looks like he will be raising. This is interesting. 𝐿𝐮𝐬𝐫𝐿 9 at also very playable against a very small size. However, Monte-Carlo is sitting on 5 blinds. And 𝐿𝐮𝐬𝐫𝐿 has 10 blinds himself. Look at that.
The power of ICM in full force there. Bro, by the way, give 𝐿𝐮𝐬𝐫𝐿 40 big blinds, and this guy just wins the tournament, man.
I think he's playing amazing this final
is
table.
Dialed in. Show me a hand where he's stepped wrong. I mean,
no,
so impressed by
played
him.
Great. He's pretty aware of how the table's playing. He's made good adjustments. Nice 3-bets. Even, you know, open ace-8 offsuit early position, realizing that he wasn't getting played back
Exactly.
at that time.
Yeah.
He's dialed in, like you say.
Some great awareness being shown by the Lithuanian. Such a diverse final table this was. Obviously, had Hong Kong being represented by Elton, Estonia being represented by Rauno. Got Latvia, Italy, Germany, USA, Lithuania, Spain, and Greece.
So on the button would be opening into the chip leader.
50.
And he does size up into Alex's big blind. Enrico, what timing is this for two kings? This is nice. Even picks up like a little bit extra due to the size up on the button.
All in.
Can I get count?
This is close, right? Is it? Or no, maybe it's not.
It sucks because it's button versus small blind. I'll tell you this though, Enrico's reshoving range is definitely tighter due to the fact that Ponokov's is sitting on just 5 blinds. If Ponokov's was sitting on more, then I would say it's a little bit more normal.
Yeah, and Ponokov's is going to be in the big blind, by the way, in 2 hands. Which means a lot because 40% of his stack is going to have to go into play before cards have even been dealt out of the big blind. If it, yeah, I'm not surprised. Like, there's just so many hands you're kind of like flipping against.
Pocket
7s
pairs.
through 10s.
It sucks, and he's in terrible shape.
Yeah, I mean, doesn't get any. King 9 off. I had A7.
5.7 out there. Ace, 5 deuce, 2 spades.
3 maybe, it's fine.
𝐸𝐿𝐼𝐻 the only one with a spade in hand.
Oh.
Queen does draw him live
The trick.
on the turn.
To get some equity.
That's 4 outs.
It would be brutal. Wait, is Enrico going for the reverse jinx? Well, it's going to work.
Did you
He
break
holds
the
with the
microphone?
10s. I'm sorry, with the kings, rather.
He doesn't know how to put it back on.
Enrico's got jokes, man. I love this guy.
Someone can come and help you, maybe.
I'm a fan.
He did it while he was massively ahead.
I'm a fan.
The reverse.
Listen, if he breaks that mic, though, I'm going to be sending an invoice to 𝐬𝐿𝐼𝐻.com's email address.
Bored. No more bored?
Board.
Yeah.
No, but yeah, 5-handed this would be better.
Sorry, Enrico. He's bored. Playing for 940k. These online kids, I'm telling you, Randy.
Oh, thank you.
Have it too good. That's unfortunate for 𝐸𝐿𝐼𝐻, who drops down to 13 bigs. I mean, it's a standard open and a standard call-off.
It's just so shallow now where it's very detrimental if things don't go your way.
Ponokov's has an ace under the gun. I think it's go time.
And it's a pretty decent ace, too. Yeah, this is... He's just wondering what sides is optimal to raise to.
Did we book that 25 to 1, by the way?
We didn't book it.
Yeah, never lucky.
Ace 10.
I mean, Tom just doesn't have the stack to go Ponokov's hunting here, right? Players behind.
There's a lot of players behind. It's pretty uncomfortable. It seems a little tricky because Ace 10 actually is doing okay against the 5 big blind stack under gun. But you can see that he's scanning the rest of the table.
Yeah, this just feels like a pretty standard fold to me.
I'll say this, if he was to continue, he probably should just call rather than re-raise.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah. does bow out. Oh, another ace-8. Aces are dead. Gonna make it less likely for someone to pick up a hand behind.
And Pontikov's is gonna love this.
Wow. What a life. I don't think BK gets to defend this.
No, but he's calculating. Like, is there a way I can call and have enough equity? But that's why Pontikov's kind of was debating what size to open to, where he can kind of dissuade the big blind to defend. 975 was the price.
Telling you, man, Pontikov's has them right where he wants them.
Strong.
Hmm?
Big fault.
Very borderline.
How about that on the mantelpiece in the trophy cabinet? Something for the parents to show off.
Jesus.
Waiting for aces always.
Pretty hand.
This is grim, man. He's on 13. Tom's on 13. Brian's on 16. Pontikov's on 7.
1.6. 1.6.
Yeah, after seeing Pontikov's chip up, it feels like you gotta play this hand. Not the fives, I mean the king queen suited.
Mein direkter Opponent. Vielleicht muss ich schon. Maybe I have to.
Enrico's actually in third place now. After doubling not too long ago.
Can you believe we're still 7-handed here in Monaco?
So lucky.
Opening event.
Average stack is 20 big blinds, and the level is gonna go up again.
Yeah, it's literally seconds away from going on the first break of the FT and jumping up to 200, 400, which means that the average stack is going to drop down to 15 big, 7-handed.
Immediately.
But I tell you what, I wouldn't prefer any other lineup than these guys when it comes to approaching this kind of shallow stacked ICM heavy FT. And
Finally
legit holding.
something for Perez. But like, he's maintained his stack really well at this final table despite not like coolering anyone. 7.7 million. Opportunity to min raise.
Oh no. Oh boy. 5 bigs for Pontikov's in the small.
Yeah, it's
Facing an
not,
under the gun open.
not looking hot. And it's under gun open from the player who's second in chips.
Yes,
so there's still
UTG7.
opens.
𝐷𝐸7. It's sick though, like bottom of value range for Perez. That's like raise calling is 9s, right? Yeah, I don't think we have any fold equity. So even if he is in here with a hand like Jack 10, Queen 10, King Jack, I don't know, you name all of the suited broadways and ace X. I mean, best case scenario for Pontikov's, right, is Perez has a hand like ace 5 where he just has 1 over.
I don't see how he doesn't commit in this spot. He's running out of blinds. He's got a small blind in there, and he can get it in there with a likely big blind overlay, you know, and a big blind ante.
That's true. There is something to be said about being in the small, and next time he's going to be on the button.
I kind of feel like he's contemplating flat. If he flats, how often does a big blind come along? Because he doesn't want to take this 3-ways. He wants his heads up. But then maybe there's some flops where he can kind of maneuver and, I don't know, save himself. You know, it comes ace, king, queen, for example, against the under the gun player. There's a lot going on. It seems simple, but really, what's optimal? And he does decide to kind of just push out the big blind.
Really mulling it over. He was pained by that decision. You can see he's kind of wincing at his decision to move all in. It felt like he was close to folding, you know. I'm curious to pick his brain later on. But as it stands, 3.8 million in the middle with 5 cards to come. 10-3 deuce, all diamond affair.
Diamonds.
Ponakov's looking for a snowman. Doesn't come on the turn, and he's now drawing to 2 outs once to stay alive in this tournament. Can he find a red 8? No. 6 of diamonds completes the run out, and with that, we have our 3rd elimination of this final table. It is number 1 on Latvia's all-time money list, and one of the toughest players in the world. Alex Ponakov's out in 7th place for $159,000 after a grim ICM cage. Managed to ladder a couple of spots, but just couldn't get that crucial, you know, double up to 15, 20 bigs where he would have felt a lot more comfortable. Still, always a pleasure to see this talented man showcase his skills on the biggest stage in the world at the Triton Super Series, but title number 1 will have to wait for the Latvian.
Average stack currently 7.1 million, 18 bigs, only 2 players above that waterline. 𝐬𝐮𝐬𝐫𝐿 and Roberto Perez of Spain. Enrico Camosci, a debutant. First time ever playing a Triton, and he's found himself a final table.
He's having a good time at this final table. You know, he's been short stacked most of it, but just kind of laughing, making jokes, and finally has 14 bigs, so something to work with.
Paddling downstream at the onset of this one. A sure 218K, as mentioned, along with the rest of the field. Eliminations thus far: 𝐬𝐮𝐬𝐽, Ranu Sutla, and Alex Ponakovs. 𝐬𝐮 failing to notch a 6-figure score, but we can round it up to 100K as you see the manner in which the final 9 payouts of this $4.25 million prize pool are being assembled. I'm always a little bit heartbroken when you have a $900 and something payout up top, $900 something thousand payout up top, failing to get that 1 million, which is always so nice.
You're that guy. You need the rounded bankroll.
I like a 7-figure score.
You're also the guy, if you have like, I don't know, 10,000 in $1, you need to bet that $1, do something with it, right? Like at the blackjack table, roulette,
100%. Great read, by the way. Yeah, I like it. Nice and round. That didn't, I don't think that came out the way I intended it to. Randy, I apologize.
Shall we move on?
I sounded like 𝐼𝐶 Randy, you know who 𝐼𝐶 is,
Yes, I
right?
do.
Okay.
Yes, I just didn't want to repeat.
I was holding my breath. I'm just saying, you don't have to repeat the lyric. I'm just. Anyway, here we are, suited and connected. Camosci contemplates. Such hands are a bit more tempting when we're playing deep stacked in the earlier portion of the program. And of course, Enrico's seat draw, Randy, not ideal. And you have 𝐬𝐿ogi's direct left, and here's Alex with ace-8.
Open rips it.
Who wants some?
And even though...
Even though...
I was going to talk about how Perez has like 25 bigs. He has to call very tight just given Perez is in second. But look at the 7s.
ICM factor.
The 7s, they're pretty good.
Fuchs appears to agree as he digs in for his 3.3 and change, and we are off to the races against 2 overs.
This is like the best case for me, okay, surely not 2 out of 2, right?
Let's see. Let's find out.
It could be better. King Queen suit.
Yeah, okay, sure. This is more combos.
Yes.
7.5 million chip pot. No ace, no 8. No problem for the German.
I break the poker code. Coin poker, whatever.
Turn remains clean. And can Fuchs keep his seat?
Do I start taking off the microphone? What is the move? No, I think I'm good.
Yes, he can. So replication of chips.
That certainly shakes things up as Alex loses his commanding chip lead. I mean, he's still the chip leader, but only ever so slightly above Roberto Perez. And Tom's in pretty good shape in third now.
350. There you go.
That's all it takes
Flip master.
when you have a relatively tight
yes.
cluster. Theologius with a
Yeah, Brian Kim down to 11 blinds, and Michaelitis, they're at the bottom.
yeah, I was going to say Theologius off of his high water mark.
I will tip as well anyway.
And she said yes. For some reason, she took it off the table when she left.
Okay.
Just 5 big
Yes.
blinds ahead of Perez after losing that
All your
last one.
sandbags?
Yes.
What have you done?
I was a naughty boy.
How many you have?
2.
2 left.
It sounded like the dealer took Michaelitis' time banks at the break. Had to return them.
Practical jokes? What's going on?
Obviously, time banks are important at this stage of the tournament. Ace-Jack, not too shabby. 14 bigs. I feel like he comes in with min raise.
Min raise.
Copied my words.
Ace Jack.
And there are new blinds.
Clicking. Pocket
I like it.
eights now for Kim.
As long as there's enough raise folds off of Enrico's stack, then he can go with these 2 8s. Enrico, from what I've seen, is definitely willing to still raise off of small stacks with kind of these ace X. Doesn't even have to be ace jack. I've seen him do ace 9 suiteds already. It feels like this is just like 1 pip or so too good not to go with.
Kim at present, shortest of all stacks, but just 1 big blind behind
Lays it
Michaelitis.
down.
And 3 big blinds behind Kamoshi.
Big laydown. It was definitely very uncomfortable for him.
Now, Kamoshi awaits decisions in the blinds, and both parties decline.
Yeah, he must have just felt that Enrico is supposed to play a very snug range. Maybe off of that stack he feels he would push some hands. It's an interesting one.
Yeah, and
It
it's
kind of
still
seems
on
like Brian's still,
mind.
you can see it, right, in his face.
100%, yeah.
He's like, am I going to regret that, or is that like just the best fold ever?
Only time will tell. Is that Alex Ponikov's back on the rail?
He is on the rail. He still wants to sit down. This is as close as he can get. Not sure who he's railing.
I think Michaelitis.
Yeah?
Do you see a Lithuanian flag beside him?
So 10 big blind stack. Michaelitis. Enrico's sitting on 17.
All in.
Gonna jam it.
Call.
Oh, and
He
a
got
snap.
Could you do it slower?
I think I'm pretty ahead.
It's not bad having one over still,
Are
though.
you slower on me next time? What is this?
Is it less painful?
That was a pretty funny reaction, by the way, where Michaelitis is like, listen, man, you got me covered here. Give me a sweat. Make it seem like
Yeah, there's something about Enrico. He just keeps it lively. He's been putting good vibes out there. 6 does have a gut shot, doesn't it?
Take it.
9 of
bad.
hearts. 9 of hearts.
Take it. 9 of hearts is good.
That would be a sweaty one.
King of hearts.
Wow.
Solid.
All of a sudden, we
But
go
in
from
disable
gut
draws,
shot
never
straight.
I saw a lot
and
of times. I'm sorry,
queen
but
draw.
5th chapter.
it's true.
Flush
I was in
draw
tables
as
in the
well.
beginning. They never close. They-
And
And now
Enrico.
you with the fact.
I teach.
Good game,
I
man.
teach that in my class. I teach
GG.
this kind of theories. You know,
I know,
Claims
I
a
know.
pelt.
for the followers. I teach that.
GG boys, good luck.
Good game, man.
Mike,
Dominikas Michaelitis
I'm too lucky.
will say goodbye in 6th place.
Alright.
Nice way to get this festival underway after picking up just a couple of cashes in Jeju with his first ever Triton. $218,000 will be added to his career $368,000 in Triton earnings, Randy.
Yeah, I thought he played very well at this final table, was able to find spots and chip ups that others weren't willing to take, and eventually the blinds kind of caught up, lost some key all-ins, and it's what happens when you get short.
Well, doesn't seem to be taking it too hard as he heads over and gets a fist bump from Panakovs. Not far removed from Alex's bust.
Small blind. Yes.
And so with that, a pay jump, of course, secured by the remaining field. Next payout,
Now it's more fun.
$284,000, and it's going to be 82K, 72K rather.
That's some big money.
The
These
jump
pay
from,
jumps.
yeah, 5th to 4th.
Enrico was just short stacked the whole tournament. Now he's got 10 million in chips. Only a few blinds behind Alex, our chip leader.
Pretty solid spin up for the Italian, and a pretty solid hand. Ace in the small, plays it as a limp, of course.
King 8's pretty good too. I imagine this one gonna check through, take a flop because King 8 is too. Well, I'm actually kind of surprised he raises because I would think this hand is too good to raise fold. He must feel that Enrico is not limp re-raising enough for him to raise this hand.
King 8 offsuit, looking to punish.
I feel like limp call and limp re-raise are on the table with ace deuce off. As long as your opponent is playing a polarized isolating range, then limp re-raise does kind of become a bit attractive. As you block value hands, it doesn't play well post flop, and your opponent rarely calls a limp re-raise to take it post. So playability not that important.
Kamoshi mulling over his options.
2.6.
Love this play.
There is the limp re-raise as he wags a big finger back in the face of 𝐾𝐨𝐽, who doesn't really have the buffer that he once did to be bullying in this way. And now, having lost that pot to Kamoshi, he does concede the chip lead.
Yeah, he does, and that's why I was really surprised he opted to ISO of King 8. Plays well, and he's up against a guy who's willing to get in there.
So just the check back would have been the preferred course of action for you,
I
Randy?
think a lot of players would consider, but maybe just a misread on the timing of the situation. But
Listen,
Enrico,
it's not like 100% of the time Enrico has the limp re-raise. He can limp fold some hands.
of course, of course, of
So,
course.
Don't want to get
No, I'm
two
not. I'm not.
results
I'm not
oriented.
trying to say like he made a mistake. I just was a bit surprised with that holding. That's
Sure,
all.
understood. Noted. Much like the new chip leader has been noted. And Kamoshi will find himself on the button here with Queen 8 offsuit.
Min raise.
I'm excited to watch him hold the chip lead and see how he navigates because we've only seen Alex 𝐾𝐨𝐽 play the big stack.
Yeah, we get an opportunity to observe navigations from a different character. Neither blinds interested. You know, first laid eyes on 𝐃𝐿 from the booth, Randy, during the World Series of Poker Europe not long ago.
Is it the recent one that happened
in
this year?
Rosvadov?
Okay.
Yeah, indeed. And he and other members of the Italian delegation that have descended upon this particular Triton Super High Roller Series for the first time, I'm talking about Simone Andrian, very much captured attention when they spent time at the featured table.
You impressed?
Solid, absolutely solid.
Yeah, he has he's got a reputation of being one of the really strong online players as well. And not just like knitting it up, he's good. This guy also has a great reputation as one of the high stakes nosebleed online cash game players. Highest stakes possible. Roberto. 2 5s, min raise.
8-6 off for Tom. You know, with Kim down to sub 10 big blinds now, those middling stacks, Randy, just shackled.
Yeah, so hands that might be on the fringe, they tend to fold when there's a guy sitting on like 10 big blinds and lower, because that player is likely to get it in soon. So you don't really want to kind of check call one and like check fold and then turn into 15 blinds and maybe you make a raise fold and then you're like racing to the bottom with Brian.
And obviously, you know, if Brian does dig in and find a double here and then work his way into one of those 20-some-odd blind stacks, approaches will be updated accordingly.
And like you mentioned, the pay jumps are huge, so we really just want to stay away when possible.
That we do.
800.
Ace in the cutoff. And 𝐿 just goes to work. Boy, Kim's been pretty card dead here.
He's been carded all final table. He actually came in second place and just blinded down pretty much. 2 jacks is lovely.
Not card dead in Camp Fuchs. Tom wants to use a time bank and deliberate on how best to approach the situation. Again, the presence of Brian at sub 10 big blinds means as much as we know a 3-bet could be warranted,
All in.
ICM considerations do leave us reevaluating things.
He was just wondering, is there a possibility for him to 3-bet and deuce? But off of that stack, he unlikely has 3-bet folds too often, so it's just like keep it simple. Kind of just improve the range of his weaker shoving hands so that his opponent can just call him blindly.
3-bet jam does end the affair promptly. 𝐿 just trending in the wrong direction, now down to 8.6 million after that altercation.
It's always interesting to watch how someone falls from the top in terms of chips and seeing how if they can still play their very best, because not too long ago he felt like, I'm going to ship this tournament.
Right.
This is mine. But now he's not even in top 2. He's in 3rd.
The thing about it is, if the unraveling is the product of playing a few pots in a way that we're not proud of in retrospect or that we feel like may have been errant, then it's a little bit more difficult to live with. But if, as I suspect Brian knows, he's found himself here courtesy of just being dealt out, you know, you don't really beat yourself up in that spot.
Well,
it
Brian
just is what
in
it
this
is.
hand. King, queen suited.
Puts in all but 25K of his 9 big blinds. No takers. It's going to be tough to really find an excuse to rumble unless you're Enrico, or for that matter, Brian, even after picking up that pot. Just given that pay ladder that we talked about, 60, 72,000. Almost 3 buy-ins. If you can stay alive.
I didn't see it, but it was thick. I didn't see the card at all.
Ace 9 11 bigs. I feel like some players actually min raise in this spot. Yeah. There's still 4 players act behind you. If there's action, you know, you can get away, of course, and it looks strong to raise off of 11. So players can't just attack relentlessly.
Tom bowing out with King Jack offsuit.
And you can see
Roberto Perez ace deuce suited.
It just still gets so much respect, and it's not like, oh, I have 10 to 12 blinds, I can only play all in or fold. Here is, you can see players really using hands like ace X.
And I think, like, in a vacuum, you flip on a stream, you look up, you see a guy mucking ace deuce suited, and you start to go, what's going on? That's a hand that's strong. It makes nut flushes. It has maneuverability. Maybe you bad beat a bigger ace or something. Like, it's a very fluid environment out there. These guys are not ever going to make the same decision twice, you know, in a different environment. Like, it's one to the next, all things being taken into consideration. And right now, the output is time to lay back, not tussle. Don't want to give Brian a double and then have company up there midfield. And if you are midfield and he doubles through you, you swap spots with him.
Yeah, there's a lot of things. This environment it basically says play tight, conserve, get pay jumps, you know, and just play the situation. 7-6 suited jamming.
Well, 𝐿𝐿 not necessarily subscribing to the guidance that you issued moments ago.
But he's jamming into the short stack, right? So it's not like he's jamming into the other 20 big blind. I can really do some damage. It's very situational at final tables and tournaments in general.
You're right about that. Tell you what, 𝐬𝐿𝐫𝐫𝐞 out of there. Things have gotten a little more tense, a little more quiet. As you're one rung closer to glory at a Triton.
It's becoming real. Enrico's got Queen 10. He's going to activate.
800.
Raise to 800,000.
Declares the minimum. Pocket fours. Awaiting 𝐿𝐿𝐫𝐵𝐿.
This one's hitting the muck. Happy where he's at relative to Brian Kim, who's sitting on 11 big blinds in the small.
Oh.
Eight, 7 off, so you can just see at final tables, the big blind defense just goes way down. This is a hand that he might defend if we weren't at a final table just early in the goings, even off of that stack, but completely different now. 13.1 million for Enrico.
And a nice setup for him to continue accumulating. King 9 of clubs now for 𝐿𝐿𝐫𝐿 with Kamoshi
800.
out of the way.
800.
He feels a bit more comfortable participating. Min raise.
Alex can't outright jam anymore because the 2 blinds are sitting on about 20 blinds or so, and 2 queens. Tom's been getting some nice holdings with raises in front of him to pick up extra chips lately.
No doubt about that. He did jam with the jacks. Guessing he'll be happy to do the same here.
He might induce this one, given how strong it is, and because with the rejam before, he picked up a few extra chips, so maybe he actually does have some 3-bets off of this stack. If he does 3-bet, he'd be looking at about 2 million. If it's not all in it, I mean.
2.1.
2.1 million, the 3-bet. Now Perez, you know, normal circumstances, I might call this a little bit more awkward, but you can see the comfort with which he sticks it in the bin, Randy, again, illustrating that ICM.
Yeah, that's just, look, Tom may be messing around, but most likely he's got it, and 8s performs very bad.
King 9 suited don't perform so great itself, as 𝐿𝐿ogious concedes, and Fuchs begins his accumulation phase.
Slides up to second in chips. It's like all the short stacks have found their way to the top.
I know we touched on it earlier, but his very first festival was this year in Jeju, and he bricked out 9 events. That is expensive.
Hurts. Yes. I dare not count how much that is.
Yeah, and you know, you figure most guys aren't one and done, so
Yeah,
if
it could be pricey.
you get a stack showered during the rebuy period, someone's gonna pop in.
Resilience. He's back at it. Second, 5 remaining. Event number 1, massive prize up top, 941,000. Just keep on trying. Is that what? Whatever the. Oh, I forgot the line in
The
Bat-
moral? What?
No, you know, when Alfred says something to Batman, doesn't he say, like, you got to get up?
You think I remember what Alfred... First off, Randy, the day that you're bringing the movie references in the booth, hell hath frozen over. And I don't remember what Alfred said to Batman. Batman's the quote, you know, he's Bruce Wayne gets the quotes.
Okay, let's get back to this hand.
Meanwhile...
I thought it was actually interesting here that Enrico didn't opt to just outright rip 20 blinds of ace-8, what some players might do so with his hand.
Yeah, checked it back instead, and that leaves Roberto thinking that maybe he can lay claim to this board, even though he has just queen high.
Yeah, I think the thought here, too, for Roberto is the chip leader has a lot of incentive to jam ace-x, so the fact that he checked it back means I can discount the likelihood of my opponent hit a pair. Obviously, ace-8 is there, though.
Yeah, it sure is. And it takes the turn, courtesy of a flat call. That turn puts a second flush draw on board. Now for Perez, he's really in no man's land.
I would think this hand is over for him in terms of another bet.
Can I get a cola? Just a cola, yeah. Thank you.
And the reason I say that is I wouldn't think he would expect like a 7 or 4x to even fold to a 2-barrel.
Check.
Just given the 2 flush draws out there and some straight draws. Check back from ace-8 is sneaky.
Now king rolling off. 𝐾𝐿 very much a blend of, let's call it, some of the mindfulness of the ICM, some pot control, and then also just looking to induce.
He's also a very tricky player from what I've observed in this tournament. And he plays pretty fast.
Right, ladies, we can be back in 30 seconds in event number 2. Tomorrow we'll start taking your seats.
Enrico might be having trouble trying to figure out what hands he can get called by because he probably expects Roberto not to bet a 7x and 4x on the flop too often. He's just bet and hope for something, but
1.6
rarely does Perez call.
into 2 million. It's nut no pair for Perez. He does unblock the straight combos, the spades.
Yeah, I suppose If he's trying to pick off against a busted draw like the spades and 5-6, 5-8, etc., he needs to ask the question, at what frequency do these hands bet the turn when check to? Because if they do at some frequency, then you got to discount the hands you can pick off now. He's very curious.
Oh, man.
Wow. He doesn't give 𝐸�Rico credit to have an ace.
I mean, all this curiosity is the byproduct of the manner in which 𝐸𝐸Rico proceeded with this ace, checking back on the flop, checking back pre-flop, flatting on the flop, checking back the turn.
And it was a snap check on the turn.
Yeah.
Like, how are you betting now?
That's exactly what Perez is wondering. You can kind of take deuce X, 4X, even 7X off the board, and as a result, Perez does make the call, and you see 𝐸𝐸Rico proudly brandishing the ace. Very, very confident it's a winner.
That turn check back made him those 4 extra big blinds that no one else would have gotten. Wow, that was really sweet. Understanding when to kind of take the risk of giving free cards to your opponent.
Things to take note of for those out there that are passionate about poker, still finding their way. High-level stuff on display, as is generally the case at every single Triton Super High Roller Series. This one being no exception. And for Perez, he now slips to 14 bigs.
Yeah, he's been very comfy in the second, third position throughout the tournament, but now is not doing so well. And 𝐸𝐸Rico is...
Nope.
He's got the hammer.
That he does. And he brings it down upon 𝐿eologis' big blind. The raise and take. Well, Randy, from the 5 players that remain, is there one that stands out to you in terms of procedures observed, knowledge historically of them, whether it's online or off or within the borders of the Triton Super High Roller Series? Do you have kind of a player that you would want to be hitching your wagon to?
Well, even though 𝐸𝐸Rico didn't have a big stack like before, I was very keen on watching him play, even like before I get into the final table. I've heard great things about him. I know he really attacks and can really have creative play, and right now I think he's showcasing that. So it's a delight to watch.
Yeah.
Concentrate. I'm joking. I'm joking.
16 million in front of him. Healthy chip lead. Oh, and an ace. And the button in front of him as well, as he does decide to jam.
Ace-8 suited is, man, this is a good hand against an open jam from the chip leader. How often are you dominating?
Not often enough.
Rough. That was rough.
I mean, it's not lost on 𝐿eologis, by the way, that ace-8 suited could potentially be performing quite well against Kamoshi's open jam range. He was the one that wrote the book on having the hammer out for the bulk of this final table, and now he's got to watch 𝐸𝐸Rico trying his shoes on.
Yeah, I'm curious to see like what pip does Alex end up calling with, but apparently that wasn't it.
Brian Kim, sub 10 bigs, 3.7 at the bottom of this leaderboard, which is only 5 strong in terms of active remaining players. Blinds 200, 400,000 with a 400K big blind ante. This glimpse brought to you by BetACR. Kamoshi leading the pack with sights set on the $941,000 eventual top prize. Min cash at this point is 284,000. That's what's on lockup, 356, if you can hang around. Now then, pocket fours for Perez.
Yeah, this one just hits the muck. The thing is, with these kind of small pairs, they don't block hands that can kind of get in with you, like big cards. And if the big blind defends, they just don't play that well either. Anyhow, folds over to Brian Kim in the small blind. Seems like an easy jam off of his stack, I would think. There we go.
And it sails in its entirety, and Fuchs doesn't wake up in the big with anything worthy of consideration. So this orbit brought to you by that jam. If you're Brian Kim.
Just hanging in there.
I mean, listen, you just tread water long enough to find a hand that you can actually spin a double out
you
of.
want the people who are also treading water to just get tired and just bail out, and you collect money.
You know, it's interesting you mentioned that, Randy, because even though, of course, these guys are top caliber, world-class players, it is getting late into the evening here, well past midnight. And you wonder, what kind of schedule are these guys on? How far away have they traveled from in terms of potential jet lag?
I see it, yeah. It's event number 1 after all. You know, Brian came from Australia. Jamming ace-4 suited. Tom's got a decision here of ace-8. So it's 11 big blind jam. Ace-8 performs pretty good against the shortest stack jam, I would think, in this spot.
Boy, it is dicey, though, isn't it? You would hate to send Kim into a double. Granted, as we can see, you're in great shape, Mr. Fuchs.
Yeah.
Oh, he jams over the top. And now, of course, it would take a whole lot of hand for somebody to play as a cold caller behind, or potentially even a re-raiser. Very narrow ranges, none of which materialize, so we are off to the races. Brian Kim's hopes affixed to ace-4 of diamonds, dominated heading to the flop in an almost 10 million chip exchange.
I see a 4.
That you do, sir. Finds bottom pair on the Jack 9-4 board, does Brian. Turn. Keeps things clean. All Brian needs to do to double and stay alive is fade the 8, and he has done just that.
Fortune favoring Brian, just shy of 10 million, flip-flopping stacks. It's a little overlay from the big blind.
Mm-hmm.
Tom, looked like things were going his way, but back at the bottom.
You know, that's another form of demoralization at any given feature table, is if you do find the double after being patient, after being disciplined, you know, but you just can't lose some of these pesky players.
And then the blinds go up on you.
Yeah. And then, you know, you end up whittling back down, and you can't seem to get it going. Now we're playing 250-500.
It's me blind.
But this is the super technical part of the program, as I discussed with Rast earlier. There's phases of any given tournament that really kind of expose those who may not have sound fundamental understandings of this setup.
You're right about that. And Sure, maybe someone could get lucky here and there in one tournament, but we put in the reps multiple tournaments. Like, it really can ruin your results, we'll say. King 3 suited. Sitting on, what, 7.5 blinds? Seems a little bit too weak in terms of kicker to be jamming. Yeah, seems like he agrees. King Jack, though, this is pretty good. Blind versus blind. Only one play, really. Open jam.
That's exactly what Roberto does, and those are difficult chips to earn there.
It's always scary. You're like, oh, please don't call.
Like it matters.
I don't think Perez is going to be throwing himself any parties over that one. Still plenty of work to do. But these are tacticians, Randy. I mean, this is 5 surgeons in the OR.
Yeah, and obviously they've gone to medical school. They're not just makeshift surgeons.
Right, this ain't Leonardo DiCaprio and Catch Me If You Can. Do you concur? No, these guys are certified. Board certified.
An ace-9 on the button. 12 big blinds for Roberto. Contemplating going back-to-back all-ins. Seems like the right play off of his stack. Not really looking to induce.
Randy, I've got breaking news from elsewhere in the room as we see Perez breaking forward.
I hope the news you got from me is actually good.
Come on, man.
Go.
I have journalistic integrity.
What is the breaking news?
It would appear that Jonathan Jaffe has discovered the virtues of the cornflake-crusted chicken fingers here in I promise you, since last year when we came here, I've been dreaming about those chicken fingers, and he, too, is all about them. Nodding in approval. 2 thumbs up, the review from Jaffe. You know,
I had them
who, by
today.
the way, is proving
they were good.
that you can eat not so responsibly and still be in great shape.
They were very good.
You know,
I agree
that's
with
inspiring.
that
You can also just not eat responsibly and be in not such great shape as
Yes.
you
Yeah,
and I
you
are
and
evidencing. Oh my gosh, he's brought them over, Randy. I've had more. Thank you, Jonathan.
I'm going to be eating this for the next 2 weeks.
Yeah,
it's okay.
just
I
promise.
appreciate it.
Now that the pad thai's off the menu, Randy is
Found my
all
calling.
chicken fingers all the time. All right, Jaffe is offering to get into the booth. Provided, what was the stipulation?
Heads up, I believe.
He says if Brian Kim manages to get heads up. So we do have a sweat, ladies and gentlemen. An opportunity, perhaps, to soak up the insights of one of the Triton greats. And 𝐶 looking to rank among those greats earlier on in his Triton career, but so much experience under his belt, jamming the ace and taking it. Making our bid to get Jonathan into the booth a little bit more difficult, given that he just snacked on Brian's big blind.
Yeah, what are you doing there, Alex? Just
Don't you know we're trying to get Brian heads up?
Yeah, please give away your tournament.
Shout out, by the way, to those of you who are streaming us live on the Triton YouTube channel as we approach 1 in the morning, local time, here in Monte-Carlo. Not sure where you're all streaming from, but one thing that is for sure, we love having you with us. It is always that which energizes and powers us through these collective grinds for players, staff, commentators, you name it. But where else would we rather be?
Nowhere.
Good answer. Brian, 8-deuce offsuit. I mean, just yet again looks down at the dust bowl.
I know, it's like, it feels good to be Tom in that spot. Like, wow, you guys just walked my short stack.
Right,
Okay, like,
right.
thank you. I'll take it.
Just
Please continue to
Yeah,
do so.
He's not complaining.
No. He's definitely celebrating inside.
Jack 8 offsuit.
He's thinking about it.
You know how good Jack 8 probably looks? As many napkins as Brian has looked at. These are like Kim's version of aces right now.
He does jam it. This is a big play.
And it does get through.
Good timing.
Mm-hmm.
Is he trying to order chicken fingers?
Of course. 5 orders of them, by the way. Maybe he was giving Jaffe a chip count. You know, they don't give us enough barbecue sauce with those fingers, Randy.
Did you get the Thai chili sauce with it as well? Because I got 2 sauces today.
I don't know how to tell you that, but I think it's racist. Because I did not get the Thai chili sauce, Randy. Producer James is holding up.
Mustard?
Yeah, exactly.
So you just get a
Listen,
random sampler, like it's a grab bag?
I've always known he wasn't an Earthling, but now we realize that he's a Martian officially, based on the fact that he came with the chicken finger to Dijon mustard dip earlier today.
You know how big those chicken fingers are? They don't fit in that little jar.
I know.
They're
He somehow
massive.
made it work. He just brute forced its way. I mean, really desecrated the chicken finger, and it's a finger to be respected. Lovely brine, moist, with the crisp outside. Anyway, hopefully you're not hungry out there listening to the stream right about
That felt
now.
a little sensual when you said it. But
It was. It's a sensual chicken finger, Randy. What do you want me to say?
Okay.
It's an intimate experience. Come on down to Sporting Monte-Carlo. First order on me. You know, it'd be super weird if tomorrow some guy shows up and he's like, hello, I hear on stream you offering a free finger. I don't know what the accent was all about.
Right.
Nevertheless.
You need to stop right now.
Dude, they could light me up for fingers, man. I mean, I didn't put a, first 100 customers or whatever. No customers stepping forward. No, Kamoshi, suited Jack. You just see him relentless.
King 10 suited. Oh, man.
Ooh, it's a lot of hand, Randy, but
It's tricky because he's in third.
I call.
He calls.
wow.
Big call. And correct.
Good luck, Alex.
He's in great shape.
And look at Kamoshi. He's not,
He's
out
all
of
right
sorts
with it.
at all. He
No.
just, it's a hand of poker. I did what I was supposed to do.
Let's make a clash.
And I respect that you did what you felt you were supposed to do.
Let's see. Flop coming.
Deuce, deuce, 6. King high. Looking
Like
good.
a straight through and flush through.
You can hit the fluster.
0 diamond. Oh, I'll take a 6.
6.
One more
Very
chance.
Spades or normal?
6 of spades is chop anyway.
Well,
How much?
Enrico did lobby for the chop, had clean winners in the jack and the 4, but Theologius fades, holds, and doubles.
Back to table captain.
6-2.
Even better that he's got position on Enrico, who's sitting in second.
2. I will give you like that. Oh, sorry, I have to give 2. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 2, 20, 75.
You try to give me more.
No, how much I... 2?
And 75.
75.
You know what's interesting? As you see, Kamoshi passing over, a lot of equity in terms of real dollars. sending 𝐿 up to 13 million in chips. Those two players in particular are cut from a very similar cloth, right? You see them both, they got the chip lead, they got very aggressive, and they accept that, you know, maybe we're going to spin it up, maybe we're going to work our way right back down the leaderboard if we run into a hand or two. But they're just here for it, and they're not lamenting it, they're not getting tilted, they're not getting annoyed, they're just doing what they do so well, and that's play late-stage endgame poker at an FT.
This is how they built bankrolls to be here. All in from Tom. Ace-9 off.
So yeah, no good feeling. But I'm happy anyway, even if I bust now.
No takers. But you know, I mean, if you're going to have that sort of, let's call it, toward the more aggressive side of the spectrum style, although to be fair, I don't want to suggest that the other players at this table, had they been kind of placed into the good fortune and situations that those two in particular, in 𝐿 and 𝐾𝐿, have enjoyed here at this FT, wouldn't be able to embrace that same kind of, you know, disposition. Those two guys, you know, that's the drumbeat that they march to, and they just have the right temperament to do it, you know?
Yeah, everyone reacts accordingly, right? As long as you're still playing your best, it's what you need to do. Ace-2 suited now. Could see him just open rip this.
I'm all in.
Indeed, we could, and now we do. Forward comes almost 13 mil.
I think this is going
I
in.
was just thinking the same thing. Fuchs.
There we go.
Still is
God,
the shortest of
nemesis.
stacks.
Okay, surely this flip.
King, queen.
Slight favorite for Alex, 60-40.
Surely this flip, right?
Really what?
Surely this flip.
We will find out.
I mean, can be 0-4-3.
Tom looks chill. He's a 3-2 dog.
Jack? Is Jack.
Heading to a
Okay.
10 high rainbow flop and an
Let's
even
not be
worse
greedy.
one now. Turn. Doesn't provide help. 6 outs. 1 time. Can 𝐿 bring us a peg closer to a victor? Yes, he can.
Back to Chipley, where you belong.
Yes, silly game.
Fuchs
Good game, man.
exchanging the GGs and also handling things every bit in the way that the aforementioned 𝐿, 𝐾𝐿, or for that matter, anybody here at this table, I think, would be handling it. That's in stride and with grace. The product of so much experience. He knows how to win, he knows how to lose, and he knows how to draw.
Yeah, he's got a rail there. He's supporting him throughout this final table. I thought he played great, you know, and he was very happy and positive throughout the final table. He was smiling, you know. It's event number 1. You did well.
And I gotta say, considering that complete shutout that he incurred at his very first Triton Festival in Jeju earlier this year, getting a monkey off his back in the early portion of the program very much bodes well for what's to come here in Monte-Carlo for Tom Fuchs. But he does leave behind
I'm all in.
4 players. 𝐿 breaks out the mallet, courtesy of Jack-9 suited.
Yeah, he was in the spot before, lost it. Now he's back with even more chips and less players. This is just a dream come true for him as he just pounces.
Yeah, and look at that dominating King-9 of Perez. Not eager to get in there.
Yeah, just nothing you can do.
But Roberto knows that all eyes are on him now. With the departure of Tom Fuchs, Perez, 10 blinds and 7 bigs separating he and third place Brian Kim. So it's not like he can really jockey.
No, he definitely needs to look for a spot. The other two, though, Brian and Enrico, need to really can only call shoves if they have a really strong advantage against Alex's range. But I don't think Alex is just outright ripping every single hand. Just it kind of depends on what he's dealt and what's best with the holding. It looks like he does jam again. Puck thrown in front of him. Queen Jack suited. Well, Roberto,
Oh,
we saw what happened to Tom not too long ago, but this is good shape.
Listen, King Queen is King Queen. When you know that 𝐿 is going to be jamming much wider than a range that would leave King Queen concerned, and in fact, Roberto,
Queen suited.
far from concerned. He dominates. Now, 𝐿 plays 10.75 in the middle. Don't need to explain who 𝐃𝐿 and Kim are rooting for here in a very interesting board. Top pair versus open-ender.
I mean, it has to change, right?
It's a good flop for Alex.
Queen on the turn.
Cards.
Doesn't leave 𝐿 tugging at anything other than the same
By last resort.
ace and 9 that he was seeking before. Instead, it's king's full for Perez.
It's been swingy for Alex. Still chip leader, but
And
can't
flop
really
are
seem
flop.
to
It's all
close it out at the moment.
Only like 875,000.
Hold on. We have 4. We have 5. We have 8. And we have 75.
Usually you got to go to Six Flags or a theme park
For that kind of roller coaster.
to get these rides, man.
Thank you.
Maybe not that Jeju theme park that was like a little haunted, you know, abandoned.
You told me like the music was playing, but it wasn't open or something like
Yeah,
that.
man, I'm telling you, it was spooky stuff. 𝐿 still at the top of the chip counts in spite of doubling Roberto Perez, who manages to bounce off the bottom right in to second place, 6 bigs behind Alex. And that means that 𝐃𝐿 and Brian Kim now are jockeying down at the bottom of the leaderboard. Just 9 bigs separating the entire field from top to bottom, with the blinds at 250 and 500,000. 500K big blind ante means 1.25 million. Every 4 hands shaved right on off your stack.
This is a very interesting dynamic now because we don't have that 10 big blind stack. The shortest stack sitting on 17 is actually quite reasonable. So I'm kind of curious to see how they're going to approach this situation. Do we have mystery or is this unread cards?
Well, listen, a couple of question marks generally indicate it is mystery hand time. So we're going to block out Enrico 𝐃𝐿's hand. And we're going to play along with everybody at the table and those of you at home. Enrico opens to 1.7 million. This is north of 3x. We do see the size ups when it's blind versus blind. 𝐿 with Queen 9 of hearts.
Hand's just very playable in position, covering stack. Call is pretty standard in this spot.
So to the flop we will go. And that flop is Queen high, giving 𝐿's top pair, 3.9 in the middle.
This feels pretty nutted for Alex, hitting top pair in this spot. It is Enrico, pre-flop razor.
And Alex is ready for it.
Contemplating c-bet.
You know, what's funny, he is fairly animated when action's on him and he's sort of going through.
He is. He's been consistent with that.
Yeah.
So it's hard to read into it. Not many data points, but He definitely moves his eyes quite a bit and even his body. Looks like he is going to bet.
Unclear whether or not he's got some reference point that he's utilizing as a randomizer in these sorts of spots, but whatever it is that brought him to this decision, here we are. $1 million to call for 𝐿𝐿𝐺'𝐵𝐿.
And when you got position, there is a little bit of worry that your opponent could have a better hand. I like calling and see what's up.
Oh, now this is curious, Randy, for reasons that are somewhat obvious. Now we no longer have top pair, but 𝐿𝐿𝐺'𝐵𝐿 does pick up the heart draw.
The ace is very bad for Alex, and the reason is Alex is supposed to rejam a lot of aces, just given the preflop action, so his hand's a bit face up in terms of being one pair right now with an over. And that one pair being usually a queen or jack. 1.5 comes in from Enrico. I think what's important here is what does Enrico do with, like, what is he 3.5xing pre? Does he limp jam some big hands? I suppose it is unclear. But for now, though, Alex shoes in position. Got the heart draw. Still have queen 9. Call and pray to hit.
So, another $3 million into the middle. Pot grows to 9, but what doesn't grow is 𝐿𝐿𝐺'S hand, left with just the queens that he flopped.
I would say this, if Enrico's bluffing, he can still credibly jam here and put a lot of pressure, because I just don't think Alex has that many ace X's in his range. Ace, queen, ace, jack would definitely be reshoving. That would be able to snap off. King 10, I could see him having. He is going to push almost all of it. This is just sick.
You know, 𝐿𝐿𝐺'S has been dragged into this spot courtesy of 𝐃𝐿. And the thing is, Enrico is absolutely leveraging
I'm trying to think what kind of value hands Enrico has in this spot. Jacks, of course, makes sense. Not ace jack. I don't think it c-bets the flop too often. Ace queen? Ace king? The point is, this board is favorable to Enrico by a wide margin. He's sick enough to have a bluff in the spot, too.
Yeah, of course. That's what makes it so tough for 𝐿𝐿𝐺'S to click muck.
Here's the thing. Bluffs that are natural are like 10-9, you can see. The thing is, I don't think Enrico actually open raises 10-9 off of this stack for 3.5x. I think he limp calls that type of holding. So I'm actually having a lot of trouble thinking of bluffs Enrico is supposed to have here, just given that he was a shorter stack to start this hand off. I think Enrico's got it.
What do you guys think in the chat? Let us know. Unclear how many more time banks 𝐿𝐿𝐺'S has, by the way.
How much was it again?
He's throwing them in as he uses them.
Right, the circle there represents a reload of 5 time banks.
Correct. I'm just thinking Enrico's got jacks. That's the hand I'm going with.
That's a pretty specific and narrow range, especially when we know that 𝐾𝐿 is capable of going ham with all sorts of kit.
I'm thinking he's got jacks, or he's bluffing. Not give him any other value hand.
Boy, such an uncomfortable spot 𝐿𝐿𝐺'𝐵 has been put in. Trying to unpack as much of this pot as possible is 𝐿𝐿𝐺'𝐵 in the interests of just finding the range. What makes sense? Does the story add up? If he doesn't have a set of jacks, Randy, and he's got dust, not completely random cards, but ones that would have made sense, do we put some king-X of hearts maybe in that range? Do we put...
I think those hands are limping, to be honest.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know Enrico's game, but in general.
Yes.
Oh, my goodness.
Wow. Oh, my
𝐿𝐿𝐺'𝐵 says fold, and Enrico celebrates in his face, and I'll tell you what.
God. Did you see that? I
mean,
love the celebration,
listen,
too.
it was an authentic elation. It wasn't designed to lay it on thick or just kind of like, you know,
If you're sure, sure.
be that guy. But,
It was bad behavior.
boy.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I'm
Didn't
starting.
want to be bad.
Now, that was really interesting for me. Did you catch that?
Yeah.
Enrico turned to Alex, and as many people who apply their trade online predominantly and don't do, play live, said, hey, was that bad behavior? And Alex immediately guides him into, yeah, it was.
It was interesting,
And he
too.
apologized.
He did. But the thing is, before this hand happened, they were joking with each other a lot and kind of just making jokes, and Alex was kind of attacking them a little bit in some spots. So
Well, just, like gentle needles.
Yeah, I guess I suppose
Attack
this was
is maybe a bit rich, but
yeah, it's just such a big pot. I suppose is one of those he felt that hurts because he also showed him one of the cards right just now. He showed him an 8 or 10. I can't remember which one. I think it was an 8.
yeah, it was
1 million.
it was obviously pure, but
Look,
we're playing for real money out here. There's no doubt, and even if there was no intent, there's still a little bit of a sting for
there's this thing,
𝐿𝐿𝐺'𝐵.
but you got to think of from Enrico's point of view. Like this is a huge tournament from first
2-5.
Triton. Made a courageous bluff. He knows he got a big hand to lay down. Like he just couldn't contain the emotion.
Yeah.
And you can't blame him for
Yeah,
that.
yeah. I mean, listen, he strikes me as being on the younger side as well. Lord knows. Well,
He's 3-betting A7 offsuit, and what timing is this for Kim?
was just
It would have
gonna
worked,
say.
though, against Roberto.
Pocket queens. Roberto did indeed have a light open that would crumble under this pressure from 𝐾𝐿. And this is just a dreamy little spot for Brian.
Give me those chips. It's even better because Enrico's the type of guy to just have random air here where he's just going to pick up 3 whatever million dead. Let's push him in.
That's exactly what he does. Snap muck from Perez. And 𝐾𝐿 doesn't waste anyone's time either.
That was hand of the tournament, man. How do we need to see the rest of it? That hand was sick.
I'm enthusiastic.
We're not
really.
talking about the Queen's Jam and take it, Randy.
The 10-8 offsuit.
Specify.
No, you were not a fan with that.
Sorry?
You were
Whatever, it's fine. No.
Huh?
No, it's fine.
Ah, no. I was joking, like.
Yeah, okay.
It was not.
𝐾𝐿 double checking and just making sure, you know, because I think he feels the energy on Alex has shifted a little bit. I think you picked up on that as well, Randy. You were not offended. The thing is, for Alex, it's a difficult question to answer because even if you were offended, it's not a great idea to cop to the idea that your cage has been rattled out here. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
You got 3 other guys gunning for a Triton title and 941,000. Any little advantage that they can pick up, if they perceive that all of a sudden you're not on top of things and you know, are thinking about something other than the matter at hand, just dwelling on some sort of 𝐾𝐿 outburst,
timing,
get after that.
Timing-wise right now, he wished he kind of was still upset because, like, oh, I'm 3-betting you tickets. But I know where you're coming from.
You're absolutely right. 𝐾𝐿 opening, and by the way, doing so legitimately, even though we do have this perception at this point that he's just being frisky. The yellow just 3-bet, though, does draw the curtain in a hurry. I don't think he's forgiven
Till 3-bet.
𝐾𝐿 quite yet. I mean, not, you know, I say that facetiously. I don't want to build some storyline where there's actually animosity between these two, because there isn't. Have you ever had to contend with that at a live table, Randy? Somebody who, whether intentionally or otherwise, was conducting themselves in a manner that was getting under your skin?
I don't think so, just because I don't have that much experience on the live felt. But maybe you can relate?
What about, well, yeah, I mean, everything bothers me on the live felt, Randy. I mean, a guy itches his freaking, you know, nose weird, and I'm just raging.
Okay.
Roberto. King 8 suited. Limps and is given a reprieve by 𝐾𝐿, who,
Ace 10.
by the way, is going to be very under-repped. Not a bad flop for Roberto. Second pair, Queen 8-5 texture.
This is not the first time Enrico's checked a big hand. Like, he checked Ace 8, I believe, earlier against Roberto. Blind versus blind, and got that value called when Roberto called with just Queen Jack high. Great shape, though, with this middle pair, and is going to bet out.
There are a number of potential straight draws that the Ace-10 is maybe blocking.
It's also just
leading against
Ace high, which is reasonably well. And the 10 overcards, the 8 and 5, and the Ace on the turn. Ouch. It's also disguised. Once again, Enrico raising a lot of aces once he sees the small blind limp. Pre-flop, that is.
Didn't do it on this occasion, however. Nor did he do any raising, for obvious reasons, on the flop. Peeling, getting there, and Roberto is not coming off it.
This is very interesting to me.
I'm surprised to see this barrel.
This is a value bet.
We're targeting worse 8s?
It's thin. It's very thin, Ollie. But yes, there is worse 8s, 5x. Maybe he also doesn't want to be put in a check guessing game in case Enrico's got some kind of straight draws or gut shots. And we've already seen Enrico kind of bet and jam and show a bluff. He gets called again. Man, if it comes out.
Board pairing 5. Backdoor spades.
I think this card can save Roberto.
I mean, I don't know, even without that 5 in spade or whatever, how much of an appetite after being called he would have for a barrel on the end, Randy.
Right. It's a good card for him in the sense that he can convince himself that maybe Enrico showed up with spades somehow, or like a 5x. But yeah, obviously the turn barrel was a bit unexpected. Enrico doesn't think Roberto would bet twice, I believe, with an 8, a 5, or a queen on the turn. So the check makes sense. He just thinks you're never going to have a hand that can call me with.
Boy, there were other ways to skin that cat. 𝐾𝐿 just showing us some different looks than perhaps we would expect. I mean, he called when he had just ace high and then never got more money in
Chop and play for trophy.
after hitting the ace.
He's fun to watch, man. He's got his way of thinking, you know, and
I would discuss about it, honestly.
Yeah.
Structure is so low, like,
Yeah, I'm not joking. Like we can see numbers and play for chop if you guys want.
but he has some big blinds.
Yeah, I don't mean equal chop. Chop based on stacks, of course.
You want to take a look at number? I'm in.
No, I'll
Where-
pass for now.
Okay, sure.
Yeah.
No
after
worries.
now.
So
I would
𝐿oģis
so
proposing
deal with this.
Yeah, and it's just
And
a
big
bit.
deal.
Yeah,
some
but
type of ICM chop. Brian Kim denying for the time being.
I respect the anyone who denies. I really am a big fan of that.
I wish you guys could see Randy's face right now.
Like,
He's
yeah,
actually
right.
amped.
I'm like, yes. Let's play for all the money. One of Brian Kim's strengths, in my opinion, is that he always
How much is the rate?
plays his best. He's undeterred by the stakes.
I thought you were going to say forearms.
It's late, isn't it?
It is.
It is late, and you gave me Ali as a partner.
Pocket eights making it 1.2 million. Ace 8 now for 𝐾𝐿 in the small blind. He's chewing on it.
He's thinking about all options.
3 million.
3 bets it to 3 million.
He's relentless. Give him the lead, and he'll just 3-bet anything. Can Brian jam this one?
Wow,
Just-
that would be something. I mean,
Enrico's already shown 3-bet folds.
the thing is, Kim is second in chips. It's tight up at the top of the leaderboard right now, by the way. 22 bigs for 𝐾𝐿, 20
There
for
you
Brian.
go.
𝐿oģis with 19 bigs, and sure enough, Kim wags his finger in the face of Enrico, who doesn't waste any time. Snap, puts it in the bin. And that's a...
Did he also say, "Don't ask me for a chop ever again"? No, I'm just kidding.
I don't think he said that.
The chips did the talking.
It is interesting when the guy who did say he didn't want to chop ends up winning, taking the chip lead.
No, what he should say now is, "Do you want to chop now?"
That's the trick. I'll pass for now.
Nah,
and just
he
get
would
dealt
never
enough.
do
No
that.
problem.
Brian's too classy.
He really is like a model citizen of sorts
Yeah.
out there.
Oh,
King
BK
10.
is the chip leader, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
It's really been swinging everywhere.
I think Perez is the only player who has not enjoyed the chip lead since this frame.
Even
Got underway?
just the whole final table.
Mhm.
You're right about that.
King 10 has been played as a limp, and Kim again with napkins, and we know sometimes what napkins like to do when it's limped, blind versus blind.
Yeah, definitely a hand that's a candidate for isolating, expecting small blinds not to limp call too much of their range. This hand obviously plays poorly post. Hoping to take it down now. King 10, it's got to continue, at least as a call. Occasionally a jam if you think Brian Kim is way out of line. He is going to call.
Queen 9. Got shot straight draw for 𝐿oģis.
Solid board for him. Curious to see if Brian Kim c-bets his spot. I think there's a decent amount of hands that limp call that actually hits this kind of board. queen X's, 10-9 suiteds, things like this that are reasonably strong enough to kind of limp call, but not really limp get it in.
𝐿 check awaits a decision from Kim, who does sprinkle 1.2 into 4.2.
Now, Alex knows that Brian is isolating pure garbage and will c-bet at a high frequency on paired boards, so clearly not going to fold because of that. King high could just be good.
So we're going to take a turn with an extra 2.4 in the middle. That turn doesn't change anything.
Now, there's very big concerns for Brian once he gets called on the flop. It's hard to imagine that he would consider multi-barreling the way it's running out at the moment, although it hasn't checked over to him, but just now it is.
Yeah, we had to assume that 𝐿 wasn't going to have an appetite for a lead all that often, although we have seen on these kind of paired boards, sometimes you wait, an innocent card comes off, and you activate
Yeah, occasionally.
as the big blind defender.
It just kind of depends on which card it is. It wasn't going to be the
Right.
6. Check through on the turn.
So a free tug at the gutter for 𝐿, who doesn't realize his king high is best.
This is kind of weird because sometimes Brian just hits a random 7 or 6, you know. I wonder if he thinks King 10 has enough showdown value, or if he just needs to just rep something that's better than the 7 or 6 and, you know, try and take it down. But it looks like he thinks it's enough showdown value.
Well, showdown value is not something that 8 deuce has here.
Down 0, of course.
And remember, it was a raise pre-flop in the face of the 𝐿 limp, then follow through of 1.2, which was called. We check back the turn, but there are hands that are legitimate that would check back that turn, wary of maybe trip queens, and with a second check in front of them on the river, would pursue value.
Yes, all the big pairs, aces, kings, jacks, 10s.
And Brian...
Oh, you can see his sigh like, oh man, I could have got that one into the muck.
Waves the white flag. I mean, it's tough to be critical of his decision there if he just has the feel that 𝐿 has call on his mind. I mean, there's a lot
he could have got trapped, and a 9's going to side call. So the only way he can really win that pot, I think, in his mind, is he needs to just blast it all in and try to get a 9x to fold, you know. But it's just too risky at this stage with what's going on.
Yeah.
You can't get it right every time. It's just trying your best on the fly.
You know, 𝐿 is one of those guys that doesn't have to take the road traveled more often. He's very much willing to deviate. You could see a check raise coming in on the river there, potentially. Not that it matters when you have 8 deuce. You're not being put in the blender in a situation such as that, but, you know.
Very well played by Alex, and gives him back the chip lead. Like, there's only so many big blinds left in play, but they are really fighting tooth and nail for every single chip at this point.
You know, I think it really illustrates the power of having a wealth of online experience, Randy, because the online realm, the game is the game, right?
Yes.
And while there are added layers and variables to playing live, what playing a tremendous amount of volume online allows you to do is really get down your ranges, really get down all of your adjustments as stack depths change, things are fluid, and I think it's evidenced by the fact that you don't see anybody really on the struggle bus, no matter what situation they found themselves out there. They just seem very comfortable with a, you know, commanding knowledge of exactly what they want to do. And of course, flopping trips is exactly what Brian Kim wanted to do after raising it up from the small blind with the 6-3 of diamonds. Unfortunately, jack high is jack high.
Yeah, he didn't expect it to hit this hard. He min-raised into a 10 big blind stack. That was a bit surprising for me. And he's going to check it. Just slip it over, and I don't think he expects Roberto to bet, but he wants him to just catch up on the turn or river and just hit a random pair.
Roberto with the check back. Ace on the turn is also not really a great card.
It's a really bad card for
Yeah.
Brian because it kills all of the action.
You're right.
There's like no way Perez can ever try and represent the ace.
Okay. Oh yeah, sure.
He's betting just because it's his card,
Right.
but he's not really expecting too much to happen.
And sure enough, nothing does other than the fold from Perez,
Yeah.
who had no further interest.
And 9 of cards.
The
I'm sure you
Triton
rolled 10%.
Epic X, which will be earned by one lucky participant here before this Monte Carlo is festival.
Answer seriously.
This Monte Carlo festival is over, rather.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Chip lead back in Brian Kim's hands, jamming it. King 10 off.
Okay, I think.
Oh, Enrico.
Ace,
wait,
king,
let
a
me
spoonful
double-check
of medicine for BK.
The goods.
I guess we could.
Dominating.
We can do it.
Big spot.
We can do it.
Good luck.
He's feeling it.
Why wouldn't he be?
I'm
First
not sure
ever.
yeah.
He,
I'm all in, I
event.
think.
he's shorter.
I'm the shorter. Yeah.
Biggest pot of the tournament.
Yeah, he can double
That's
through
it.
Brian here. If it goes according to plan. Oh,
Fun one.
Sweaty little
Two
queen
spades.
jack
Mini
flop.
slow roll. I think you're losing.
No. Just wanted
I
to
mean-
double check everything, you know.
After that, we know the trick. Like just.
But the draws here never close on this table. You know, we are like
No,
0
no,
out
that's
of
true.
6.
It's true. We are like 0 out of 6. Can't be chasing clusters here.
King?
Yeah, they don't
Well.
come. Confirmed.
Let's go.
Kamoshi feeling comfortable based on historical precedent set already here at this final table. We're by the drawing hand.
The one
Just
busts.
can't seem to get there. And Brian Kim,
Impossible.
the latest individual to unfortunately be experiencing that phenomenon. Can't find the ace or 9.
So if it's black 5 times, it's always going to be black, is what he's saying.
You
I
know,
need this guy at the roulette table.
Randy, we do need to get some restraining orders put down on you.
Strenuous.
It's just from yourself, though. That's the thing.
Look at Enrico. Back to the top. Massive chip lead.
Back around to YouTube leader. Just goes back and forth.
But no one can hang on and just close this one out.
I mean,
What are we looking
when you
at?
see these 4 names, Randy, you don't expect that it's going to boil down to like, you know, well, some guy got out of line and did this, and the other guy got out of line in turn, and then all of a sudden it ended up in the middle because they had made it so much already. I mean, this is, you know, very, very tidy.
Yeah, thank you.
I mean, they've been going after it from time to
I was
time as
scared
of
to
late,
do
but
that.
yeah, I see what you're saying.
That.
Okay.
You call me King 10 suited now? If I jump?
King 10 off. King 10 off.
Pretty sick now. If I jump on you.
I mean, pretty sure that King 10 suited is no decision.
No, of course.
High 5 dealer, thank you.
You know what's unclear, Randy, is given that we know both Theologus and
Let's be
Kamoshi
friends.
are
I'm joking.
guys who do the thing online as well,
Mm-hmm.
how much history they have.
They have a lot of
versus
history,
one another,
actually.
right?
Yeah, they definitely have played a lot online.
All in.
I'm pretty sure.
Versus one another.
Yeah,
Full the 95%.
just, yeah, you know how it is online.
Yep.
Jam.
It was one of those 95. First card had potential though. It was a queen.
Is it okay?
So 𝐾𝐿 has asked for all of it and had his stack returned, along with the button.
9-7 suited it was. The small blind. Only Perez is the only guy who hasn't had the chip lead fun.
Yeah, and right now he continues to be in that not so fun spot of short stack. Official 7 bigs versus 8.
You know, guys, I want to be friendly.
Oh.
Okay.
He's such a chatterbox. I like this guy.
Let's see if
You know,
friendliness is
I
on
also want to be
Theologius's
friendly.
mind. Yeah, there it is.
What do you got, BK?
We're a very friendly
10-8?
table. I was very friendly.
All right, Enrico, you got to go. When you're ready to go all in, you go, you know what, guys? I want to be not friendly.
He says he's not happy with us being friendly. I had a very, 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 very bad hand.
But I think with him we will not be friendly. Only between us. Yes.
She knows I fold a lot, don't even need the cards.
Friendly.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
You know, the Italians are known
Also
for the hand
friendly.
gestures, Randy.
Are they?
𝐾𝐿 showing off his there toward the big blind, saying, hey,
Everyone.
tranquilo, no problems. I fold.
Look at this. Brian Kim, 7-5 offsuit. He's got the covering stack against Roberto Perez, who's in the big. This is very technical, and
It's not friendly.
he's opted for jam. Queen 9 off. I mean, it's got to be getting close soon. Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
there we go.
Roberto decides, I'm not going to get whittled down any further than this. So he digs in. And Kim encounters resistance, but still could bring us to the final 3. Covering
Ooh.
Even less
Roberto,
friendly
and the King 8-5 board puts BK in front. Bottom pair. Roberto could counterfeit the 5
He could.
with a king. Queen and the 9 would work as well. Otherwise, we're going to lose the Spaniard, which we do. A rap of the felt. And a prompt realization that the dream of winning the 25K to start off this Triton is no longer.
Yeah. GG, Roberto Perez. On the cash game, greats.
So we're doing big blind only now, or what? How does it work?
Just didn't work out.
I think it's big
He
blind
played
only,
great.
yeah.
Really loved the way he navigated. He wasn't shy of interacting throughout the final table, even when he was never the chip leader, but he was willing to still fight.
Correct.
And he played well.
That he did, and for his efforts, he's going to be taking home $356,000 on the heels of Tom Fuchs, earning the $284K. That tally added to Roberto's Triton resume, which was $687,000 strong. Coming into this one, that courtesy of London 2023, where he played 5 events and cashed in 3 of them. But a step closer to crowning a champ. Are we now?
Pay jump's only going to get bigger. Just shy of 200K if you can survive one more. Brian Kim still the short stack despite busting Perez.
You know, it goes to show you the urgency as the 5-6-7 board comes off, and both players with middle pair advantage BK in terms of the kicker. I was going to say, you really want to prevent getting yourself whittled down to a stack that's so lean that even when you find the double, you're still lacking maneuverability.
Mm-hmm. So BK limped the button in this spot. Flops the better 6. 𝐿𝐴𝐻𝐿𝐵 is firing out with his pretty good holding. Middle pair, straight draw. Ryan's going to call in position. Turn's pretty important.
Oh, and that turn smashes Brian for queens up. 𝐾𝐿, of course, still with that gut shot, straight draw working.
Yeah, I don't think Enrico's going to bet, but it's a good chance he's going to check call on the
9.
turn, I would think. No, he is going to bet again.
You know,
This is interesting.
there's been a lot of expect the unexpected out of that seat, which does make him a difficult opponent.
I think it is murky. It's unclear whether he's behind or not. Maybe it's how he's reacting to Brian Kim's button limps range. He usually isn't supposed to be worried about the queen unless it's queen X of diamonds. There is merit to raising for Brian just because of how wet the board is. You know, 8, 9, 4, 3. These are bad cards.
How much? Sorry.
So this 900,000 has now been 3x'd up to 2.7, and the immediate
How is it possible? Ah, I say 900.
reaction is perhaps one of regret
repeat the
for 𝐾𝐿 for having barreled again, Randy, or being results oriented.
I'm in the little bit of regret camp,
Okay.
personally. I know he thinks of hands a bit differently, but he seems content with bet calling in this spot at the moment. Huh.
I mean, he has to know that those 6s have themselves some problems. Ace on the river.
Well, Brian is certainly going to jam. He shouldn't fear that ace at all. That, like, aces up from Enrico seems so unlikely given the pre-flop action. Although, then again, I've seen Enrico check a lot of ace, but still lots of value to be had with queen 6 in this spot.
𝐾𝐿 awaits Kim's decision. I mean, would A7, A6, or Ace5 ever show up as played? Are those real
A7 I can see.
considerations?
Yeah, A7
Okay.
I can see. And given the way Enrico's played Ace-X pre-flop check, it's possible. Ace-6 I wouldn't think, but then again I also don't think 9-6 would bet in this spot, so maybe for Enrico it's more likely he has a bit more two-pair combos as played. I'm guessing Brian is just wondering, am I getting trapped ever? But no, he is going to bet as expected.
Yeah, it took him a while to get there, but ultimately get there he did. And
I think the
gets
time
rewarded.
was more so for balancing of, let me just try to pretend I'm trying to find a bluff or not.
Would have been
A nice
4
one.
if you showed the bluff.
A very peculiar turn play from Enrico. Worked out for
Did you
Brian
clap
Kim.
him? Did you clap for him? Okay. Sure. $27, $22, $21. Perfect.
Thilo just recognizing just how tightly clustered these three are after that exchange.
Brian Kim pitched the 7-5 suited on the
All
button.
in.
Oh, by the way, the all in from Kamoshi, just
It's a big jam.
The first time
punishing.
It's like a 4. Is there even a point to look at that? Thank you.
Like, that wasn't a small jam just now. Like, Alex was still sitting on 19 blinds or so.
yeah.
I'll say this, the way Enrico's playing, I think the players can't make really strong assumptions about his ranges because he's got a lot of balance and a lot of trickiness to him.
And I mean, it takes trickiness, Randy, if you're going to freaking get value out of a crew like this.
You're right. You're absolutely right. And I actually really feel we have 3 players with very different kind of approach off of these stacks too. I think you give these cards to different, like pass them around a bit, they might play them a bit differently.
Oh, yeah, of course. Sorry.
Well, these clubs are a bit different for Brian Kim than they are for 𝐿𝐼𝐶. 983 board, immediate gut shot for Alex, along with backdoor clubs.
See, normally I expect the player with the smaller stack to take passive lines, which is what Alex is doing. So this is kind of what I would think how players would play their hand. Brian, he puts in a min bet. Now Alex, of course, wasn't looking to just check fold. Likely he will check call because check raising to inflate when he has a really clean out the 7 and 1 over to the 9 doesn't really seem like something you want to do.
2 million?
Oh, but he is going to check raise it.
God, I'll tell you what, man.
These guys they're fighting, aren't they?
This is just Clash of the Titans stuff that we have on our hands.
This is a good battle. It really is. And it's just event number 1.
And bad news, if you're looking to have playability, blinds up to 400, 800, 800.
These guys will find a way to get it to post flop and put in some bets.
Flipping 500K.
I like how they're on one side of the table too, like they're just sitting really cozy.
Yeah, right.
Small couch, little coffee table.
A sectional.
Easy. Good hand.
Thank you. Yes. I mean, it's better like that, of course.
I mean,
Best outcome, yeah.
okay, 22, 16, 15.
Guess who's got napkins again?
Yeah, Brian Kim. I can see it.
Check.
Who's got? Is this napkins for you? One picture, little offsuit.
I mean, yeah. Well, you think I'm supposed to call it a paper towel because he's got a big card or something?
Paper towel.
Is this brawny? Bounty? Quicker picker upper?
Okay, so if it's napkins, he's still putting chips in, so it can't be napkins. Yeah, you're right. Towel, paper towel.
Well, all of a sudden, it's
What the-
actually not that bad considering that,
He's dominating.
yeah.
But 10-3 offsuit's one of those hands where they might attack, but it's awkward because he's playing a 13 big blind stack. Then again, he might be thinking, well, if Enrico had a hand, maybe he just jams into me because I'm only playing 13.
You're
There's
friendly.
Yeah.
a lot of meta going on.
I'm joking. But, you know.
More disclaimers from 𝐾𝐿, who flops top pair here. The 10 of clubs nestling nicely in between that jack and that 9 here in a limp pot pre.
You're right. It just gets a little bit dicey because the shorter you are, the more difficult it is to float. Min bet comes in. We'll see if he is enticed.
$800,000.
You know he wants to play.
2.2.
Oh, but listen, he's not going to play it passively. He 4Xs up to 3.2. Now, any
2.2,
pair,
yeah.
sorry, 2.2, so not a 4X, but any pair is tough to make. We've got top pair. Granted, we've got a kicker issue, but there's a lot of draws that 𝐾𝐿𝐽 could be activating with here, and as we can see, he's activating with a lot less than an immediate draw, just ambition and a 10 of clubs.
Gonna make the call. This pot is quite large now, 6.8 million.
Turn does provide the gutter to 𝐾𝐿𝐽.
The thing is, the more I think about this hand, I actually don't think Alex hits the king too often. Like, Queen 10, I don't think it actually raises when it's in position. King 10, King Queen, even some of these hands are even just ship it in pre when there's a limp in front of them. King X of clubs, I actually don't think that raises the flop too often either. It's possible, but very low frequency, if so.
3.4.
Wow, he's still going to bet 3.4 million. So he's basically trying to rep some kind of big flopped hand. I don't know, random 2-pair, 9 deuce.
I mean, there's going to be some Queen 10 involved?
I don't think so, but...
No?
I mean, look, just a little bit. I just think these hands with strong draws will consider flatting to some frequency. And what a play.
Pushing top pair on the flop off its hand as 𝐾𝐿 just feels as though that third and final barrel that might be awaiting him on the river would be a very daunting proposition, and he'll just step aside, binning the best hand, and 𝐾𝐿𝐽, as a result, find himself one big blind ahead of 𝐾𝐿 for the chip lead.
Blind versus blind pots have been amazing with these three and off of the shallow stacks. King Jack suited. He's contemplating jam or min raise. Looks like he's kind of grabbing a lot of chips, isn't he?
880K. Yes. Yes.
Yeah, he meant 8.8 million, even though he said 880K, and the dealer confirmed it.
Just like I said, 880K.
Over half his stack deployed.
Yeah, yeah.
One big line and one ante.
No, say 8,000K.
Yeah,
That's
sure.
Basically, 8 million. I said correct.
It should be a limp, but it's all right.
No, I said 8,080K.
You said 880K.
Yeah,
It should have been a limp.
Yeah, it should have been a limp, but it's fine.
Yeah. I don't know why my brain has problems to compute this stuff. I really don't know.
Well, when you can just have a little slider or,
Using,
you know,
you can compute it on a computer.
the boxes are already laid out for you.
13.
Playing live does feel
You
The
could
gift that keeps on giving.
relatively speaking.
That is classy by Brian
you
Kim,
could give
understanding
me the
that.
yes back, what
I understand your intention.
I'm not that kind of person. I was
Some
tempted,
players-
but I'm not that kind of person.
Wouldn't let that slide.
I mean, I don't think it's true. It depends which way you do it. Like,
1.6.
Ace 10 on the button. 𝐿𝐿 with the min raise. By the way, I haven't touched on the pay ladder that's available, Randy, but not at all insignificant. Almost $200,000 separating third and second. So, you know, these efforts to kind of avoid being the next man out the door, very understandable. 𝐃𝐿 dominated defending with Jack-10. And
Check.
this time he does not flop top pair of jacks. Instead, he's up against trip aces.
Should see a very small bet. Maybe like 20%, 25 or so, I would think. He's expected to just c-bet this board with his air, so he needs to still fire with trip aces.
And Enrico promptly bins it in the face of follow through.
you had the random queen.
Hmm?
You had the random queen. Queen 5. or
Queen can
something
just
like
call down.
that. No. Jack 9, Jack 9, 3 king turn on the turn.
Yeah, I'm telling you, if I have a queen, I can just call you down. I don't need to raise with a queen.
But you can raise as well. Super nice. You have overcard and
I'm not that kind of person.
I swear I folded a jack.
I mean, if it's like, I don't know, Jack 7 or something, then
Ace for Brian's button.
12 blinds. Min raise.
I mean, every one of these chips is so precious. These blinds are sky high, and so is that pay ladder. And let's not forget, beyond that ladder, $941,000 in the Triton trophy awaits. 𝐿𝐿 suited combo. Finds the defense. Does not find any improvement, however, and this is the kind of board texture where the ace could feel cozy.
It's also the type of board texture where the big blind just check folds so many hands. Put out a min bet. Seems right with how much he's playing.
Nine and a quarter, and 𝐿𝐿 swift.
If your clap's not in the stream, it's just gonna look like I'm super happy after winning every pot.
Oh, look at Double J out on the rail, burning midnight oil. Suited one gapper, passed up on by 𝐃𝐿.
All players have been folding the suited kind of one gappers on the button. It's just there's two opponents that have stacks that can get it in. Not much playability off of these stacks. More just playing blind versus blind.
Four, 5 limps. Kim has a connected 5 of his own. Happy to check back in C3. Ace, queen, 4, all spades. Kim with the only flush draw. 𝐿𝐿ogi's bottom pair.
Yeah, I would think that Alex often bets this flop, but having a pair is kind of tricky. Now he's going to try to show it down, but if he had air or just like a random spade, he certainly would be betting. Looks like Brian is going to take the stab. He must feel that if Alex was holding an ace pre, it jams a lot. Also, an ace-x would want some protection if it didn't have a spade with it, just due to the nature of the board, monotone.
Mm-hmm.
And this could be a fun one.
𝐿𝐿ogi's does stick around.
Whoa.
Wow.
There you go, Kim.
Kim does make the flush. It is a small one, though, and when we do get called on the flop, we wonder how good that 5 of spades is.
Well, it's definitely an improvement. It's a good card for him, but yeah, how much is he willing to call a river bet is the question. I don't think he'd ever bet this on the turn. I'm very curious if Alex feels that he might need to turn his pair of 4s into a bluff. Might depend on the river card a bit. Oh, he actually is going to bet it. So this is more price setting.
In the interests of earning a check out of 𝐿𝐿ogi's on the river, you mean?
Well, say he checks back the turn. Alex might turn a hand to a bluff for like a larger sizing.
Size, right.
He actually can get a little bit of value from worse in case Alex was slow playing like aces or queens, or ace, you know, that has a set. Yeah, that was a very interesting play. Well, look at the stacks.
This is bananas. We're playing a 3-man sit and go after 2 full days of poker. Blinds 400, 800, and 800 past 2 a.m. local time here in Monaco. Ali Nejad alongside Randy Liu looking for a champion in the kickoff event of Season 4, the Triton Super High Roller Series, the WPT Global Ultimate Slam.
This has been a great tournament. I mean, is Alex the chip leader? I guess technically he is, but look at those stacks.
I mean, truly a marvel to think that after all of the ups and downs, all the countless hours of play, 3 players absorbed the entirety of the chips in play in an equally distributed manner.
And all 3 aren't showing signs of fatigue based on their play. King 7. Playing equal stacks of 18 bigs. He's going to press. It's interesting because King 4 is actually one of those candidates to 3-bet bluff from the big blind BVB.
Is it unblocking the middling stuff? Is that why? The cards, the combos between the king and the 4 that can't take the heat?
He did it, didn't he?
Yeah, he sure did.
Yeah, it's just... It also plays poorly post-flop as a flat, like calling the pre-flop raise. And off of these stacks...
Yeah.
You never have to worry about your 3-bet getting called. Like, they're just going to rip it in if they've got it. Yeah. That was a pretty cool play.
So 𝐿𝐿ogi earning that one and breaking the gridlock. Back on top of the leaderboard as Kim, the recipient.
Seen Enrico jam Jack 7 suited for more, so I'd imagine this one is going in.
Indeed. No imagination required.
It's the 4 again. The 4 is haunting me.
Brazen take for Enrico. I mean,
He gets the chip lead and he loses it rather quickly, you know? But can he just finally hold on to it and take it home? Don't know.
Where is my club? No, no.
I mean, I wonder who chat's rooting for.
But he
'cause,
doesn't show
like,
it left.
this is
was Enrico just soliciting audience applause?
Yes, all the time.
I never bluff.
Okay. So wait, I'm butter, right?
You are.
Nine deuce suited, a dusty one.
might try and sneak in there. Just because it's suited. He must be thinking, has Brian been attacking? He's actually going to raise himself to 2 mil. Brian Kim, suited Jack 4.
Just nothing really to get altogether excited about.
But it's still a decent hand, 2.5x position. As long as Alex is bluff raising at some frequency, then you can get away with calling, which he does. See ya, Jack.
Jack in the window and no complications. 2 spade, 2 sixes, and the Jack on the flop. 4.8 in the middle. 9 deuce without a paddle.
It appears to be a decent flop to see bet for Alex too. Backdoor diamonds, paired board. Is really nice for Brian because he often is just going to pick up at least a C bet here.
1.4.
In a spot where his opponent doesn't even have an overcard to the Jack.
1.4 million. This is the follow-up.
Our range likes to play this as a flat in position.
Well, Brian looks like he agrees. Turn puts a spade out there. Neither player with the flush draw, and of course this could be an action killer as a result.
Yeah, it's actually one of the cards you don't really want to see for Brian, but like, good news for him is Alex doesn't have a hand that can multi-barrel, I would think, unless he was very courageous. But I just don't see it. I don't, but it happens. I think I would ask the question, do I ever get check jammed on? Because that's the thing we want to avoid if we're Brian Kim. If we think the answer is no, maybe we sprinkle in like 25% pot. He's going to check. He thinks it's a possibility. Great river card.
Yeah, solving any kicker issues that he might have had. This third 6 puts him into the sixes full of Jack's camp. Kim, that is.
I think this hand is over. I can't imagine Alex bluffing in this spot. I mean, to bluff here, you'd be targeting like a king X. Wow, he's jamming?
Well, I mean, this is risky business. Granted, he is the covering stack, but there are worlds in which Brian Kim just has a snap.
Wow, that was a huge misstep.
Very much so.
I showed the bluff. I was forced to show it and not.
So Alex taking a little page out of Enrico Kamoshi's book, paying it forward to other recipients, giving them a free peek. And he was bluffing.
For Alex to jam that river, he basically gave Brian Kim no credit for checking back a jack on the turn.
Yep.
He was wrong.
And boy, that is finally, I would dare say, Randy, an opportunity for Kim to just exhale a little bit, loosen his collar. I know that he has enjoyed the chip lead prior to this moment here at this FT. And that lead is established by no more than 28 big blinds, given just how sky high the limits are.
Well, the first order of business is someone finish off Alex. He's down to 2 million in chips, 2 big blinds.
Well, listen, he didn't get there
Big blind, sir.
by abandoning sort of who he is out on the felt. And the stack that he spun up that allowed him to work his way to this final table, you know, that was part of the program.
Brian is supposed to raise such a high frequency in this blind versus blind spot because he's got the covering stack. Enrico knows. Yeah, he's already ready to muck.
Okay.
You just can't play a hand.
Yeah, you saw it 2 times.
I saw it 2 times. I
Such a
think I
bad
know how to
feeling,
do it.
too.
Although I don't get an option now. That's the problem.
Yeah, you need first. Yeah, I mean, yeah.
So what's the
If
option?
you double up, it,
Maybe he jams, you call.
yeah.
All the what if
No,
sliding
I
doors
figure it
moments being unpacked.
It's like, hey, Brian, just jam, just in case Enrico can wake up with like kings and you got ace-x and just bust them, you know?
Yeah, sure.
BK, Jack 10 offsuit.
Serviceable, three-handed.
He could just jam this. I could see it.
All in.
No? Okay.
Decent spot for Alex.
Wakes up with an
I
ace.
actually want you to win this one.
Me too.
It was fun.
What a coincidence.
It was a fun game.
Kim,
So
apparently
of course, I know how to do it.
rooting
His lesson.
Yeah.
I
for
mean,
the
well,
opposition.
he prefers himself to
Yeah,
win.
but
but,
draws
you know.
never come.
Now,
No,
the jack can come here.
Now I have a chance.
If nine,
Yeah.
9 on the turn, you're drawing that.
Yeah, exactly. 9 of spades, it's over. No need to deal the river. You just
Okay.
Alex,
Now you have
doubling.
Ace high hold.
perfect.
Not doing any backflips, but obviously wearing a smile, considering that he is allowed to fight on here.
But
It
actually,
is the
you-
start.
How much you have now? How many blinds you
I
have?
will count in a second.
No, but I think you go from 2 to 3 because one is there and then you do. I know you have the small blind as well, but
Okay.
like 3.5.
Okay, so 1, 2, 2.5, 2.9, 3. I have 4 big lines.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
And a dream.
It's
Okay.
gonna get folded
His dream is
to
not there.
Alex. Queen deuce. Should be enough, given how short he is.
All in.
Not exactly a dream, but he is going to put it to work. And does Kim wake up with anything? No.
Just 8-5 off. Getting a count. He's weighing between, is it worth keeping Alex around and maybe steal blinds? Very tricky.
Boy, there's so much reluctance on Kim here.
Call. Is it call?
Oh, wow.
Makes the call.
Okay.
He's going to go for the spin, and you can see a little bit of nerviness there for 𝐵𝐿ogious. 2 live cards that he's got to fade on a 5-card run out here.
He's ruined that. It's 47.
To the flop we go.
It's fine.
Queen 10-9, top
draw,
pair for
good draw.
𝐵𝐿ogious, but gut shot,
I'm
straight
not
draw
even-
for Brian.
Not even nervous.
4 outs. Oh, there it is.
Oh, now I have the draw.
It's not over, though.
𝐵𝐿ogious needing to find a spade after
Good game, guys.
Brian Kim turned the gutty and turns a 3-way battle
We have a break
into
now,
a
right?
heads-up one.
We deal one hand or we go to the break?
No,
I'll
I
tell you
think
what.
it's always a break.
Yeah, always break
𝐵𝐿ogious
during heads up.
gave it all he had.
Okay, I need to go.
Was a very worthy chip leader, but ultimately concedes and will not play for a Triton title. That 3rd place finish.
Yeah, these
Earning-
3 really just battled it out. They played their hearts out. He made a play that costed him his chips with that bluff, but so close.
Very much so. And a quick peek at the state of affairs. 𝐵𝐿ogious was going to say $436,000 richer for his efforts, but would have liked to be playing for not just the title. And man, you know, there's still the prospects of a good deal of poker to be played, just given the 2 customers that we have.
Yeah, we also had a point when 3-handed that Enrico mentioned potential deal and Brian Kim wasn't interested, so there's definitely no deal going on as Brian Kim is still here. Limp first hand from Brian Kim. You'll see a lot of this off of this 20 big blind-ish stack.
And that limp is attached to a Jack-9 offsuit.
3.5.
Kamoshi says there will be no limping on my watch. Kicking it off with a raise up to 3.5. Queen 6 offsuit, the responsible kit.
Jack-9 is enough to limp call with in position, especially if players are isolating some garbage polarized from the big. So already quite a sizable pot relative to the stacks. 8 million in the middle.
Ace A7 and a couple of diamonds. Of course, Kamoshi has purchased the opportunity to represent some Ace X as played.
Also difficult for Brian to have Ace X. It is possible, but a lot of the decent Ace X will be limp jamming.
And Enrico follows through, well aware of that.
Hand should be over, especially with no diamond in hand.
1.7. Seems bashful. Sub-quarter pot. But ultimately, Kim decides not a whole lot of hope for his hand. Binning it. Credit to Kamoshi.
First blood.
You know, it's interesting because it does feel like the grindier, more chisel-y style belongs to Brian Kim, and that Enrico may be the one responsible for driving action and looking to play more inflated pots.
I agree with you. You're definitely right about that.
King on the button.
Cool.
Yeah, I'm thinking in this heads-up match, these two will have very contrasting styles.
Check.
Like, when I think of solid players, Brian Kim is like the guy.
The
You
Rock
know?
of Gibraltar, my friend. Deuce 3-5, by the way, does render this 8-4 As backdoor diamond draw and open ender. One side of that open ender blocked by 𝐾𝐿.
Yeah, interference amongst these hands.
Enrico just betting 1 million on the strength of the gut shot. Kim, understandably, hanging in there, and this is not an interesting turn for his purposes.
It's also a bit tough to multi-barrel this King 6. He even has some showdown value as well. Feels like you often take the free card in this spot. But you can see once again, I'm kind of gazing over while he contemplates his decision.
And he's been super balanced in that respect. You know, there had been some chatter in the YouTube streets about, you know, him maybe having tells or whatever, but, you know, sure, he's doing a lot when the action's on him, but I don't think you can look over and assume one thing or the other about that.
Yeah, he's actually blasted full pot. That's a bluff. I didn't really expect him to, but then again, like, Enrico's got his style. You did mention something before. Maybe he's looking at something for randomizing. It's possible. But what I do know is he's got a lot of options, and it's very hard to put him on a hand.
Equity denial of that open ender for Kim.
Yeah, that always hurts.
And by the way, for those of you that might be asking yourself, well, what's going on? This guy's on his phone in between hands. The Triton Poker Plus app is keeping tabs on things in real time, and it's a sporting and efficient way to figure out what your bearings are, who's got how much.
Yeah, you know, like back in the days, like how much you playing after each hand.
Mm-hmm.
But now you can just take a quick peek and get right back into it.
Mm-hmm.
A lot more hands are being dealt, for sure.
And on this occasion, the hand dealt
How much?
is Jack 7 offsuit. Taking us to 2.2 million.
Cool.
King 10, of course, not going to find the bin, defending.
Check.
This is a fun one. Open end versus the middle pair. Middle pair often will want to check, especially with the kicker. I think if you had a strong kicker, you're more likely to consider c-betting mid-pair.
Oh, and now 𝐾𝐿 goes from an open ender to the best hand, courtesy of a king on the turn. Checking again. But Brian facing a second overcard.
Yeah, he's going to look to check this once more. River is going to be the interesting part if Enrico can get a lot of value or not against what is currently third pair. And it's currently a terrible board for both, actually.
Backdoor spades and a four-liner, which does give Enrico the kings up, but
he prefers not to see the 10.
Absolutely, he didn't want kings up, and so once more a check, a full shutdown, and Brian content to just quietly bin what was the best hand on the flop.
Ace 4 suited. Let's see if he comes in with limp. King 3 has decent playability. I think you often just check this. Yeah. A lot of the King X's, especially suited, they don't really want to raise and get blown off of them.
Well, that King X turns into bottom pair and backdoor clubs on the 10-8 tray rainbow board. 3 of spades is an interesting one for 𝐾𝐿 purposes, but he will check back. Turn coordinates the board.
Yeah, the 3s are still good. Both should be in check down mode as played. Ace high, still ace high, can still win it. Against just a random hand from the big blind.
No further betting thus far. Don't anticipate this river is going to encourage any.
Yeah, I don't think the 3 can go for value, but no, I suppose it can. This is nice.
And by the way, Enrico happens to have a hand that could very well pay off, and yet it doesn't.
I think if Brian didn't have a kicker as large as he does, he wouldn't go for the thin value, but because he had the king, he felt there was something there. That was pretty thin, but he didn't get called anyways.
They don't like leaving meat on the bone, do
No.
they?
You can't. If you're playing heads up against a very strong player, you
Yeah.
need to get every chip you can.
But the other thing is, you know, 𝐾𝐿's been tricky. We've seen him have some dishonest checkbacks that might leave you thinking value is available, and then all of a sudden, you get some bad news.
Yeah, he's a dangerous one. That's
Yeah.
why it's fun to see these pros play, because everyone's capable on multiple streets, right? It's just, can I get a line out of line now? And will I get away with it? And at what frequency? Queen 10 going to limp the button.
𝐾𝐿 checks back. Ace-5 tray. No pair anywhere.
Queen 10 highs. Decent showdown, actually, as is.
And all of a sudden, a little gutter takes shape for Enrico.
Enrico might fire this turn, picking up the gut shot. Just try to blow out a random high card hand. He looks like he's going to check, though. If you got this far of Queen 10, I would think you just keep checking. Oh, nice river card, but not like he can get paid off.
Queen high turns into second pair. Was always best.
8 high is never good. It's just, am I getting called often enough where I just don't really see how Brian would fold a pair at this point. If Enrico bets, he's trying to target King X.
5 seconds.
Given the time he's taking, it kind of seems like he wants to bluff. He's just not sure what size.
Well, sure enough, he does bluff, and it's 5 million into 3 million. This is 140%.
It's a lot.
166%, forgive me.
Yeah, Enrico's logic is that Brian Kim's range is very capped, and nice call. Very quick.
Didn't even go to a time bank. Kim unconvinced, and by the way, you see a little bit of a dejected reaction from 𝐾𝐿, who thought perhaps Queen X doesn't get sticky in the face of such a significant size.
Yeah, and maybe he also felt, I'm going to bluff this spot, but did I put a little bit too much there? Maybe I could have got the same job done with like 4 million.
Right.
You know, these little things do matter.
And those little things matter a lot as well to anybody who joins us at the Triton Super High Roller Series. Those trophies earned, not given, so elusive. And Kim has come oh so close to winning one already. Could this be the evening where it comes together for him? 24 million to 16.
He's on pace at the moment.
3-2 chip lead. Ǩēmoshi limping in with the 9-5 suited. 9-3 off. Bottom of range type of holding.
Crossing his mind, and he's going to do just that, Ollie.
Mm-hmm.
Let's make it 3 million. Now, Enrico's got a hand where he can actually limp call with 9-5 suited. Decent playability in position.
He agrees. Gut shot, straight draw. That which welcomes Ǩēmoshi.
Yeah,
What we can say for Brian.
His gut shot's pretty decent in position with backdoor clubs. 1 over to the 2 middle cards. Brian's still going to c-bet the 9 of diamonds. The 9 of diamonds is helpful in a sense that sure there's some backdoors, whether it be diamonds or straight draw, but also blocks some of the continues, such as like a 10-9, 9-7, things like this. Fortunate though is Enrico actually has enough of a piece and the price is good enough to continue.
Which he does. Pot up to 11.6 now.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, I was
Brian pairs on the turn while Ǩēmoshi picks up a club draw.
That's as interesting of a card as you can
Yeah.
get on the turn,
It
right?
really is.
And also this pair, like, misses all the straightiness that might pair up, like 7-5 and 9-7. So the 3 could be clean. Tempting to just rip this one in.
I mean, so much equity with the gutter and the clubs. You can
I
take
would-
the pressure off yourself to get there.
Yeah. Kind of like, not, he does check it.
Oh, and Brian finds running threes for trips.
I mean, how fortunate of a run out is that for 9-3? Because he was already very hesitant on the turn, like, am I supposed to call bet or not?
I mean,
Now he's thinking value town against an 8.
front door flush gets there.
Sure, but helpful to hold the 9 of diamonds to block some of those flushes.
No doubt about it.
I think Brian goes for value in this spot rather than check to induce from busted straight draws, just because an 8x and 6x will not bet when check to.
Brian gets the muck out of Ǩēmoshi promptly.
Yeah, that's interesting, because imagine if Enrico jammed the turn. I don't think Brian calls there, and then obviously the stacks would be different.
Yeah, we know Brian doesn't call there.
Yeah.
But on balance, Enrico will jam the turn some of the time.
But
he's
a
not
bounce-
100% chuck back.
He doesn't like to have capped the ranges on all streets, so
Right.
that's why he's checking there. Like, he can still make big 5-card hands, etc.
Mm-hmm. So Kim, 31 million to sub 10 million, has worked his way to a better than 3-1 chip lead now.
We're really just getting the scraps of the barrel for these hands for both players, but they're really fighting for it. 6-3 versus Queen Deuce, Queen in the window.
Second pair ultimately on a king high board texture. Ǩēmoshi promptly checking over. pot pre. Kim with the swift check back, and nothing worthy of his time or interest.
Let's see if Enrico tries to target some draws. He doesn't.
Check, check. Once more.
Maybe bet against a 5 or 7. If he checks, he probably would hear from a 10, which would bet for him.
2 million.
Looks like he is going to attack the 7 and 5. Obviously the 10 if that happens to be in Brian's hand too.
2 million declared, and fold comes in promptly from Kim as 𝐾𝐿 finds the bounce. 𝐾𝐿 limps 4-5 offsuit. Ace queen for Brian Kim. And he just stuffs it. Next hand.
Inching closer.
You know, one thing I'll say about Brian in a situation like this, not just based on, you know, his play style and kind of discipline, but also I would say based on the fact that he came so close at last festival's 25K, finishing runner-up as mentioned.
Yeah.
He's not going to get hasty here. He's not going to all of a sudden...
4 stacks? Nothing, right? It's just the 4. Okay, yeah.
This was this one.
Yeah, no, it's...
I have 13 million. Very easy.
Strangely intoxicated by this chip lead. And then all of a sudden, you know, give 𝐾𝐿 a spin improperly, let's call it.
I agree with your vibe on Brian Kim. He's just so disciplined. He's grindy. He just
I'll
plays
do it to you as well.
good poker. Like he's composed. You don't want him at your table. Let's just say that. He doesn't make mistakes.
You know, I'm not looking at 𝐾𝐿 and thinking this is a guy that makes mistakes, but I will say that stylistically, I think 𝐾𝐿 is the curveball pitcher in this particular altercation.
All in.
Yeah, and Brian Kim's just consistent fastballs, you know.
Yeah. I mean, he's got a change up. Yeah. He's got a change up. There's no doubt. But, you know, I think he's a bit more, and I really hesitate to say this because I think it can be taken out of context or misconstrued as though it's a slight, but it isn't. But a more by-the-book sort of character, if you know what I mean, right?
I hear you. Yeah. He's very well studied.
Mm-hmm.
He won't make a negative EV play just for the fun of it, you know? He just stays on you. And
listen,
you make mistakes, I win.
Brian Kim's poker foundation could withstand a magnitude 10 earthquake. I mean, it is rock solid.
And his posture as well. It's like...
Yeah, that's a fair observation, Randy, yeah.
I think he has the best posture at
he
the
does
Triton
have remarkable
series.
posture. I mean, hot take, but a good one.
3 million.
Jack Dewey tried to slide in for a milli. Got punished.
It's kind of interesting that Enrico went 3x rather than just outright rip King 8 offsuit for 10 bigs.
Have you gone to 𝐿𝐮𝐬𝐫𝐿𝐼𝐶 yet?
I bet you at least someone in chat has, though.
Yeah,
For
talk
sure.
to us. Chat, if you're still out there streaming, who you rooting for?
I read some guys thinking, man, I wish this was even deeper. Because, oh, do you see it? Tens versus 𝐬𝐮𝐬𝐫𝐿. This
I
is
do.
getting in. Last time Brian Kim jammed when Enrico limped in this spot. Roughly the same amount of big blinds.
Cool.
And sure enough, the snapper comes in from 𝐃𝐿, who had exactly what he was hoping for transpire. Rather than opening,
No,
he
sorry.
manages to induce.
This is my first Triton ever, my first tournament.
Nice.
So
Yeah.
for the story, I should win, I think. I deserve it. Resilience.
Well, top set is definitely in much better shape than ace high, as
You
𝐃𝐿
agree with me.
not exactly humble about things. And hang on. Something filthy is afoot
Would be
if a
very, very
5
Punished. I would be very punished for what I said.
rolls off. And yeah, Enrico recognizing there that
It's like all 5, right?
poker gods might have
It would have been a little
humbled him
funny
real
if he
quick.
came, to be honest.
Yeah, he'd be like, I deserve this. I outplayed you this hand.
And Enrico really wants to win this with that speech.
I mean, listen, he wants to win it without that speech.
Yeah, yeah, but I mean, remember when he pulled that bluff against Alex, where he showed it, he was like excited
You know what?
verbally.
I know somebody who's never going to forget it. And it ain't me.
And it ain't me.
Theologius.
He's gonna have a rough sleep tonight. I'll say that.
Yeah.
I know he won a lot of money, but still, he's thinking about it.
You know, every day he walks in to Sporting and he sees 𝐃𝐿 from this point forward at the festival, there's going to be a little PTSD. Just
like
a
17?
little taste of, oh, you're the man that did bad things to me. 600,000, 1.2 million. The stacks being thinned out as blinds going up every 25 minutes now here in event number 1 of this kickoff festival for season 4 of the Triton Super High Roller Series.
So Enrico with the chip lead now. Ace-9 suited for Brian Kim. Great hand. Tempting to limp this one, actually. Go for the trap. I like this. Strong enough kicker. Still good post-flop playability if it does check through, which it will.
$10-8 against ace-9. It is second pair and an open ender for 𝐃𝐿 against top pair. Top kick and the backdoor clubs. Once more, these guys showing that they are capable of limping the good stuff, raising the bad stuff, zigging when you think they're supposed to be zagging, and now an interesting one developing as a result. 1.9 from BK.
Slightly important that he's actually sized up rather than coming with a min bet in this spot, which changes his ranges slightly, I would think. More so because of the 3 connected board is why he's using the larger sizing.
North of half. 𝐃𝐿 makes the call. The deuce looks innocent.
Yeah, it's a very safe turn card for Brian to bet. The question now is just how much he needs to charge the hands like this, 10-8, 7-10, etc., to have lots of outs. He wants to get in as much as he can against a weaker 9.
4.5 million from Brian. He wants to make sure that he's going to charge a price if any of these straight draws want to stick around, or for that matter, backdoor hard draws.
I believe Enrico is actually a bit worried. But his hand just has so much equity, whatever it's up against.
Well, as we can see, specifically 29% equity, unbeknownst to 𝐃𝐿, but suspicions are there, enough of them to warrant the call.
Yeah, sorry.
Generous helping of Pumpkin.
Check.
Slid in. Now a 3 on the river is cozy for both players.
So clean for Brian Kim to value jam now at this point. Roughly half the pot. I kind of get this vibe that Enrico doesn't really have a great hand to call down with. With the slightly larger flop c-bet, some of the semi-bluffs is mainly 10x. And to still bet turn, and him having that 10 kind of blocks some of those random bluffs, like 10-4 off, or 10-4 whatever, things like that.
Oh, Brian says, all you can eat.
How much is that?
𝐃𝐿 asks for a count. Now that 10 is a really unfortunate card for Enrico to have in his hand if he is going to try to make this call, right?
Yeah, exactly as I kind of pointed out, is the bluffs is 10x. To size up on the flop makes that seem a little bit more likely. Maybe a 6x. Then again, I don't know if 6x is always following through on the turn unless it picks up hearts. Enrico's range actually has a lot of one pair, and he's aware of that. So he might be asking, is Brian just trying to move me off of like 7-6, 8-10, you know, things that aren't a 9? It's possible.
Boy, I've got 0 sense whatsoever as to whether or not 𝐃𝐿 is leaning call or fold. But it is a pivotal decision for him. He knows if he's right, he hoists the title and lays claim to 941,000. But if he's wrong, Randy, he leaves himself with just 8.4 million in chips.
Yeah, all those points noted for Enrico. He's got a lot of time banks he can use. Might need to use them all.
Cool.
Oh, he does find the call. And I don't think any of us could have predicted exactly what his decision was going to be, but it came in a swift manner after deliberations. And Brian Kim pursing his lips as he realizes that he is tantalizingly close.
This could be the one. He's like, Jaffe on the rail clapping for me silently. He's like, oh, I just can't look over there.
Wait a minute. Didn't Jaffe tell us that if BK got down to heads up that he was going to hop in the booth? Do you remember that?
We got scammed.
It's a scam, bro.
What? No.
I mean, it might not be too late to run out there and grab him.
Tomorrow he's not allowed to play anything until he comes into the booth and apologizes.
Listen, this feels a little bit harsh, Randy, but you know. Don't make Randy the warden in jail. You'd be like, everybody, you should run a gulag. Randy, that's how they roll out there. You ran a stop sign, 3 years in prison, work camp.
But, I mean, it is a crime to us. You don't feel a little slighted that he says going to be here for heads up.
He might be in the moment, man, where his good buddy
True. I mean,
is.
everything would be different. If he didn't give those claps, maybe he doesn't play as well. I see it.
I mean,
I'm just kidding. Forrest. Come on. Please don't take me seriously. All right.
I'm the one that doesn't get taken seriously if you know what's right.
It's close. Enrico, 7.8 million. Big blind is 1.2, and he throws it out. Good timing because Brian Kim had ace-jack suited.
Yeah, he would have given him a spin for sure if he got out of line. And for 𝐃𝐭, there really isn't much of any maneuverability at this point. You're going to have to find a hand and get some chips in.
At this stack depth,
Sorry.
it's just the cards play itself and look for good fortune and shove properly. King Jack certainly going in, and Queen 7 probably has to call off because he's also put in the big blind ante. So
Oh
he
my
snaps
gosh,
it
yeah.
off. Let's go.
You know, it's interesting because if you're Brian and you hear that call come in before you've even said the word in all in, you expect King Jack to be performing poorly.
I hear you.
And yet,
it's a performing in a way where it can hoist the trophy. If he can hold 65-35.
𝐃𝐿 wearing a smile, but got to be a little bit nervous. 10-9-6 board does give him the immediate paths of a 7 or an 8. Kim could have iced things with a queen.
Is this it?
One to come. And Brian Kim
GG.
hangs on to earn his first ever Triton title. And he wastes no time walking over and trying it on, Randy.
Oh, he's smiling. He's feeling good. Well done, Brian Kim. And there's Jonathan Jaffe.
I'll tell you what, that's about as much emotion as you can hope to see out of Brian when he's in the office. Tends to be a fairly serious customer, but you can see that not far beneath the surface, it means plenty to him. WPT Global Ultimate Slam champ here, event number 1 in this first festival of season 4 of the Triton Super High Roller Series. $941,000 richer. Not to be overlooked, of course, Enrico 𝐃𝐿, second place in his first ever Triton tournament. Good for $634,000 as you see the full payout slate brought to you by BetACR, divvying up the lion's share of this $4.25 million prize pool. And what a way to start off the festival for both of these gentlemen, along with 𝐃𝐿𝐽𝐺 and the other characters as well. You got quite a few bullets